from there. They are saying that there is resistance and there is arms in our houses, and this is wrong.
How long did you take to reach here? Like how many days before have you arrived here?
Yeah, 7 days.
7 days.
Yeah, 7 days.
What is the
We wait until we cannot, the children and the women cannot afford it anymore. That's why we move from South Lebanon to the suburb, to the Beirut, to the capital.
And how many women and how many people are here in this shelter?
Around 500.
Around 500.
Yeah.
And who is taking care of the food expenses and all?
To be honest with you, we are from each other. You can say that the civilian resistance.
So people among themselves are
Yes,
spending.
yes, because the families here, they have brothers and they have son. Every woman here, she have a son which is defending on our houses and our border in Lebanon. The resistance in Lebanon, they are defending on our land. We didn't go to Palestine or to Israel, let's say. We don't believe in Israel. They come to our land.
There are a lot
So,
of there are,
so
there are
yes.
a lot of people who are saying that Iran is not helping. Is it true? Is it Iran is not helping?
No, it's not the matter of Iran. No, Iran is helping if they can. That there is families here in Lebanon. They are taking care of each other, and the Iranian people are they made the south roads and the highway, and they help a lot. They help a lot.
Okay, when do you expect to go back then? When will this come
We
to an end?
we wish it will be very soon, and we are wondering that the Lebanese resistance will, inshallah, will be having a very big victory. Even if Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, we lost Sayyid Hassan, but we didn't lose the his way and his beliefs, and we believe in our right in our land. That's why, inshallah, we are looking forward to go back very soon with a big victory, inshallah. And we will meet you there in the border.
Okay, thank you. Hope you return soon. Hope
Yes.
your return is soon and everything is back to normal in this region.
Inshallah, inshallah.
Inshallah.
बहुत शुक्रिया भैया.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
The other side. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And Prime Minister Modi takes part in Delhi's iconic Dussehra celebrations.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Tap it here and I swipe it there. Pound rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
The moment I saw it, I thought I will have to come here.
I'm loving it. An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने लापता था मैं पहले अपना लिया इस शहर ने शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Tap it here and swipe it there. Pound rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
The moment I saw it, I thought I will have to come here. I'm loving it.
An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने लापता था मैं पहले अपना लिया इस शहर ने शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to.
Hello friends and welcome to the fresh episode of your favorite show around gadgets. The name is pretty obvious guys, you know it's Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji, जहाँ पे मैं हर बार हर नए एपिसोड में आपके साथ बात करता हूँ नए बहुत ही क्रेजी गैजेट्स के बारे में। मेरा नाम है गौरव, आप लोग मुझे प्यार से टेक्निकल गुरुजी या फिर टीजी भी बुलाते हैं और आज भी इस एपिसोड में मैं आपके साथ बात करने वाला हूं अबाउट सम न्यू क्रेजी गैजेट्स। इनफैक्ट आपके सवालों के जवाब भी मिलेंगे एंड आई एम गोना आल्सो शेयर दिस नाइस टेक टिप विद यू जो आपका काफी फायदा करवा सकता है अगर आप गैजेट्स को यूज करते हैं तो जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, लेट्स एक्सप्लोर कि क्या है हमारे चारों तरफ इन्हीं नए गैजेट्स की दुनिया में। आगे बढ़ेंगे, चलिए शुरू करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, सबसे पहले आप सभी का एकदम गर्मा गर्म स्वागत करना चाहूंगा। अब देखो, दिल्ली की हवा में हल्की हल्की सर्दी जो है वो स्टार्ट हो चुकी है। चाय की चुस्कियां ज्यादा मजेदार लगने लग गई हैं। बेसिकली जो खबरें हैं चारों तरफ वो भी बहुत ज्यादा गर्मा गर्म है, बिकॉज एज आई से ऑल द टाइम, दिस गैजेट वर्ल्ड इज नेवर स्टॉपिंग, इट रन क्वाइट फास्ट. We have some new launches, some new updates coming in. Let's see what happened in the past week in this section, News of the Week.
Sony launched two new earphones, एक Pulse Explore wireless earbuds and एक Pulse Elite wireless headset. As evident from their looks, ये दोनों products gaming oriented हैं. Plus, they adhere to Sony's proprietary wireless connection protocol, PlayStation Link. Pulse Explore earbuds का प्राइस है 18,990 रुपीज, Pulse Elite headset का प्राइस है 12,990 रुपीज एंड दोनों ही प्रोडक्ट्स में AI enhanced noise rejection capabilities हैं. Techno Mobiles launched another budget offering in their product portfolio, Techno Spark 30C 5G. 4GB RAM and 64GB ROM वाले वेरिएंट का लॉन्च प्राइस है 9,999 एंड 4GB RAM with 128GB ROM वाले वेरिएंट का लॉन्च प्राइस है 10,499 रुपीज. इस फोन के हाइलाइट्स हैं एक 6.67 इंच का 120 हर्ट्ज का रिफ्रेश रेट वाला LCD स्क्रीन, MediaTek Dimensity 6300 चिपसेट, 48 मेगापिक्सल का Sony IMX582 सेंसर ऑन द बैक, एक्सपैंडेबल स्टोरेज, NFC capabilities, 5000 mAh battery and support for 18 watts का fast wired charging. Gaming giant Ubisoft has announced that Assassin's Creed Mirage अब finally Steam platform पे आने वाला है. This was posted on X by the team themselves, and this has finally happened after a year of official release. One of the most exciting features out of Google's suite of AI tools, Ask Photos, जल्द ही US में कुछ यूजर्स के लिए रिलीज होने वाला है. इस फीचर के साथ यूजर्स जेमिनी से contextual questions पूछ सकते हैं and relevant information will be answered based on the user's gallery. Ask Photos generates test descriptions for images and videos based on facial recognition data and उनको tag कर देता है with date and location data. So you can get answers to questions like where was I on 18 September or when did I last wear my favorite black tool hoodie.
Now friends, the first gadget I have in this episode, it's very, very, very special. How would you react अगर मैं आपको ये बोलूं कि I have a 10.2 inch tablet in my back pocket? Would you believe? My pocket is a standard sized pocket, but the kind of gadget I am carrying, it is a transformational device because it can transform from a normal phone to a folding phone and from a normal sized folding phone to a giant tablet. Guys, here it is. This is the all new Huawei Mate XT Ultimate design. Looks like a normal phone, pretty common. इसको हमने खोला, becomes like a standard sized foldable smartphone, but it can also go all the way and become this huge 10.2 inch sized tablet. Quite slim at just 3.8 millimeters, weighs under 300 grams and overall is completely revolutionary because this is a tri-folding device. Pretty slim but pretty powerful. Let's see up close कि आखिर Huawei ने इस नए Mate XT Ultimate एडिशन में क्या फीचर्स को पैक किया है और कैसे ये फ़ोन आपकी लाइफ को ज़्यादा आसान, ज़्यादा प्रोडक्टिव और ज़्यादा फन बना सकता है विद इट्स रिवोल्यूशनरी डिज़ाइन. लेट्स हैव अ क्लोजर लुक.
If you can't beat them, join them. Huawei Mate XT Ultimate डिज़ाइन के साथ Huawei ने ऑलमोस्ट यही किया. अब ऑलमोस्ट हर किसी का फ़ोन फोल्ड हो रहा है, so Huawei must have thought, we've made a folding hinge so nice, let's make it twice. So the Huawei Mate XT Ultimate design is a long name for a long phone that has two hinges, two creases and it folds into 3 panes of sandwiched glasses. एंड इसके बावजूद भी ये अपने कॉम्पिटिटर्स से ज़्यादा भारी या ज़्यादा थिक नहीं है. माइंड यू, कॉम्पिटिटर्स ओनली फोल्ड वंस. हियर इट्स लाइक अ कैस्केडिंग वाटरफॉल दैट कीप्स गेटिंग मजेस्टिक. बाहर से द फोन इज अ 6.4 inch LTPO OLED display with a 90 Hz refresh rate. The first unfold turns this device into a 7.9-inch LTPO OLED display with of course 90 Hz of refresh rate. And जब आप इसको एक सेकेंड टाइम अनफोल्ड करते हैं, ये एक 10.2 इंच का टैबलेट ही बन जाता है जिसमें स्मार्टफोन कैपेबिलिटीज हैं. What else can you call a 10.2 inch 16:11 aspect ratio display? Running the phone is a Kirin 9010 chipset. This is Huawei's own homegrown chip, and it is a little underwhelming for the price and the product. The 16 gigabytes of RAM you get is LPDDR5X, and all three options for storage, they are UFS 3.1. These do sound like cost cutting, but the product manager in us understands that the sole purpose of this phone is to have two folds. Credit where due. Huawei ने इस form factor में भी एक 5600 mAh की बैटरी फिट करी है that does support pretty fast charging. In fact, camera bump काफी prominent है from the rest of the body. There are 3 cameras on the back, एक 50 मेगापिक्सल का प्राइमरी सेंसर, एक 12 मेगापिक्सल का अल्ट्रा वाइड कैमरा एंड एक 12 मेगापिक्सल का 5.5x पेरिस्कोप जूम लेंस. Android 14 पे based Harmony OS runs the ship. Generally, the software is smooth, but since this is only for the Chinese market, don't expect to find all your apps. This is a first-gen product with first-gen niggles, but first-gen interest peaks from the tech world overall.
So friends, there you have it, everything about this new Huawei Mate XT ट्राई-फोल्डिंग डिवाइस. और वैसे अगर हम बात करते हैं ऐसे डिवाइसेस की या इन जनरल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स की, तो आपने अक्सर इसी से जुड़ी हुई एक जगह के बारे में भी सुना हो जिसको हम अक्सर जानते हैं सिलिकॉन वैली के नाम से. जी हाँ, कैलिफोर्निया में जो बे एरिया है, सैन फ्रांसिस्को के आसपास का जो पूरा एरिया है, इट इज कॉल्ड सिलिकॉन वैली. अगर हम बात करते हैं इंडिया की, तो बेंगलुरु इज कॉल्ड द सिलिकॉन वैली ऑफ इंडिया. बट द क्वेश्चन इज व्हाई स्पेसिफिकली सिलिकॉन? ऐसा क्या है इस वर्ड में जो हम जगहों के नाम जहां पे भी टेक्नोलॉजी का डेवलपमेंट होता है उसे सिलिकॉन वैली कह के बोलते हैं? Well guys, did you know that silicon is one of the most important materials in this tech space? अगर सिलिकॉन ना होता तो सेमीकंडक्टर ना होता, और अगर सेमीकंडक्टर ना होता तो आज जो हम इतना सारा टेक इवॉल्व होते हुए देख रहे हैं ये भी नहीं होता. Well guys, silicon is not too rare to find because अर्थ की जो क्रस्ट है उसका मेजॉरिटी सिलिकॉन ही है with 27.7% of percentage share. But the pure silicon is what we need, and in this industry the purity is of the highest standards because it needs to be 99.9999999% प्योर. कहने का मतलब ये कि अगर वी हैव अ बिलियन ऑफ सिलिकॉन एटम्स तो उसमें केवल एक नॉन सिलिकॉन एटम ही अलाउड है. एंड दिस इज डेफिनेटली वन ऑफ द हाईएस्ट क्वालिटी कंट्रोल्स दैट वी हैव इन दिस इंडस्ट्री. और इसी प्योर सिलिकॉन से बाद में बनाया जाता है उन चिप्स को जो आपके कंप्यूटर में या मोबाइल में या बाकी डिवाइसेस में लगी होती हैं. सो दैट्स द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ सिलिकॉन एंड दैट्स व्हाई टेक प्लेसेस आर यूजुअली रेफर्ड एज द सिलिकॉन वैली. आपको ये बात पता थी? इफ यस देन अमेजिंग, बट इफ नो देन अगेन जस्ट लेट मी नो राइटिंग एट tg@ndtv.com. Now friends, for the next gadget I have this phone, and this is like not an ordinary smartphone. I mean, of course it's a smartphone. ये है Lava Agni 3, but the best part is that it has two special things. One is this customizable button for quick action, and number two is this. अगर आप देख रहे हैं पीछे, it has this tiny screen on the back for some quick information. यहाँ पे you can check notifications and everything. So ये काफी एक interesting package बन जाता है all together with this curved screen, nice processor, clean Android, quite sleek design, quite powerful as well with this unique feature. Let's see up close कि आखिर लावा का ये जो अग्नि 3 है ये अपने साथ में और क्या नए फीचर्स लेके आता है.
लावा अग्नि 3 का क्लेम टू फेम इज व्हाट लावा कॉल्स इट्स रेवोल्यूशनरी अग्नि इंस्टा स्क्रीन ऑन द बैक. ये छोटे सेकेंडरी डिस्प्लेज हम फोल्डिंग फोन्स पे एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं या फिर LG V20 जैसे रेगुलर फॉर्म फैक्टर फोन्स में भी देखे गए हैं. The sales pitch being, you can do some stuff on these so you don't need your entire screen के distractions. Lava के cited use cases include using it as a mirror for better quality selfies. This is fine क्योंकि 16 मेगापिक्सल के फ्रंट कैमरा एंड उसके छोटे सेंसर से बेटर फोटोज आप 50 मेगापिक्सल के रियर प्राइमरी कैमरा से ले पाएंगे. प्लस वंस यू फ्लिप द फोन आपको सेल्फीज लेने के लिए अल्ट्रा वाइड एंड टेलीफोटो लेंसेज के ऑप्शंस भी मिल जाते हैं. द अग्नि इंस्टा स्क्रीन कैन शो यू क्विक नोटिफिकेशंस, इट कैन शो यू सम एक्टिविटी स्टेटसेस लाइक म्यूजिक प्लेबैक, एंड इस पे इनकमिंग कॉल्स भी दिखते हैं with the ability to answer or hang them up. But this coupled with the remaining features the phone offers is a compelling package. All variants cost under 25,000 rupees. ones with 8GB RAM and 128GB storage, ones with 8GB RAM and 256GB of storage, and then basically आपको बॉक्स में 66 watt का फास्ट चार्जर चाहिए या नहीं for the 5000 mAh battery. Those become options as well. MediaTek Dimensity 7300X processor, so 5G with 14 global and Indian bands, a 1.5K 6.78 inch curved AMOLED screen, एक physical action key on the side जिससे आप customizable actions करवा सकते हैं, a copper plated heat dissipation module, Dolby Atmos dual stereo speakers, IP64 rating for dust and water, 1 meters का ड्रॉप प्रोटेक्शन एंड 1 years का वारंटी पीरियड जिसमें फ्री फोन रिप्लेसमेंट का भी ऑप्शन है विद ऑफ कोर्स सम कंडीशंस अप्लाइड. ऑल दीज टेक सेकेंडरी यूएसपी का स्पॉट क्योंकि फर्स्ट स्पॉट बैक पे अग्नि इंस्टा स्क्रीन ने ही ले लिया है.
So guys, there you have it, everything about this all new Lava Agni 3. I mean, quite an interesting package coming from an Indian brand, packing all these new features. Definitely looks exciting. Break के बाद वैसे मैं आपको exciting tech tip भी देने वाला हूँ जिससे आपको काफी मदद मिलेगी और आपके प्लांट को भी काफी मदद मिलेगी. Everything right after this short break.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
The moment I saw it, I thought I will have to come here. I'm loving it.
An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने लापता था मैं पहले अपना लिया इस शहर ने शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always bust. It's literally a city that never...
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम बैक आफ्टर द ब्रेक। आप देख रहे हैं अपना फेवरेट गैजेट शो, इट्स गैजेट 360 विद टेक्निकल गुरुजी। मेरा नाम है गौरव एके टीजी। और ब्रेक से पहले मैंने आपको बताया था कि एक ऐसे टिप आपको मैं देने वाला हूं जहां पे आपको बहुत मदद मिलेगी एंड आपके प्लांट को भी। वेल गाइस, दिस इज अबाउट प्लांट केयर, ऑल थैंक्स टू एआई। See, when you have a small plant, आपने अपने टेबल पर सजा के रखा है या हो सकता है छोटे गमले में है, it's very difficult to understand कि how to take good care of that plant. कब पानी देना है, किस क्वांटिटी में देना है, फर्टिलाइजर्स को कब ऐड करना है, थोड़ा आउटडोर सनशाइन में रखना है या नहीं रखना है, ट्रिम कितना फ्रीक्वेंटली करना है और कैसे करना है। सो बेसिकली यू कैन यूज योर एआई असिस्टेंट फॉर दीज पर्पसेस। आप केवल अपने जो प्लांट की स्पीशीज हैं उसको ऐड कीजिए और पूछिए कि हाउ टू कीप इट हेल्दी एंड हाउ टू मेक इट ग्रो, और वहां पे यू विल हैव अ डिटेल्ड इंस्ट्रक्शन गाइड विद वेरी इजी स्टेप्स, अ बेसिक रूटीन फॉर यू टू फॉलो टू बिकम अ गुड प्लांट पेरेंट। मैंने ट्राई किया और मुझे काफी इजीली समझ में आ गया, अदरवाइज कॉम्प्लेक्स इंस्ट्रक्शंस, कि आखिर इस प्लांट की कैसे केयर करनी है। यू कैन ऑल्सो ट्राई एंड लेट मी नो कि आपका प्लांट किस स्पीड से कैसे हेल्दीली ग्रो कर पा रहा है बाय जस्ट राइटिंग डाउन टू tg@ndtv.com। Okay, so friends, now it's time for Ask TG, the section जहां पे मैं आपके पूछे हुए सवालों के जवाब देता हूं अराउंड गैजेट्स। लेट्स सी इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में कैसे कैसे सवाल आए हैं।
Hi Technical Guruji sir, I watch your videos regularly. If I want to buy a phone under 40,000 in Deepavali sir, what do you recommend?
See, if you have budget of around 40,000, I can recommend the OnePlus 12R. I can recommend the Samsung Galaxy S23. I can recommend you the new iPhone. Although आपको iPhone 14 मिल पाएगा इस प्राइस में, अगर आप ट्राई करेंगे तो 13 is not really something that I would recommend at this time. But yes, the OnePlus 12R and the Samsung Galaxy S23, they are quite exciting for this price.
Hello Technical Guruji, क्या अब हमें एयर प्यूरीफायर लेना चाहिए? हम दिल्ली में ही रहते हैं।
Definitely, because मुझे लगता है कि considering the kind of AQI levels are going to be in Delhi, और आगे चल के हम जैसे देखते हैं कि you know it's usually a problem and it is kind of a problem जो शायद आप instantly realize ना करें, but it has definitely a negative impact on our health. तो अब बाहर को तो हम कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते हैं, we can definitely try wearing a mask या जो भी डॉक्टर्स recommend करते हैं, but indoors for a better healthy living, आप दिल्ली में क्यों, आप किसी भी शहर में हो, if you see that the AQI levels are not healthy, you definitely need to invest in an air purifier. And more than that, मैं आपको recommend करूँगा कि जब आप एक air purifier लेते हैं तो take good care of that, कि आपको उसका filter कब clean करना है, कब change करना है, and you know all those things, because sometimes हम केवल एक purchase करके छोड़ देते हैं and उसके बाद में just believe कि just because we have an air purifier now it's all good, but not that way. आपको थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, but yeah, why not? I mean, you should definitely invest in one because it's all for our own health.
Hello Gaurav, I saw an episode of your other show about music production. Can you do an episode on latest camera tech? Thank you.
Why not? I mean, guys, first of all, if you don't know, there's one more show. It's called Tech with TG, जहाँ पे हम tech space में थोड़ा सा deep dive करते हैं. And we recently had this episode of all about music production. तो हम definitely cameras के ऊपर भी एक detailed episode बना सकते हैं, जहाँ पे थोड़ा सा cameras की history को जानेंगे, current क्या चल रहा है, present उसको जानेंगे, and we can also explore the future of cameras.
Hello टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैंने आपके बहुत सारे वीडियोस देखे हैं. क्या आप हमें ये बता सकते हैं कि डिजिटल सिग्नेचर कैसे करते हैं?
डिजिटल साइन करने के अलग अलग तरीके हैं. देयर आर अ फ्यू वेबसाइट्स जहाँ पे आप डिजिटली अपने डॉक्यूमेंट्स को साइन कर सकते हैं. इफ़ यू आर यूजिंग अ कंप्यूटर तो वहाँ पे लेट्स से यू आर यूजिंग अडोबी, वहाँ पे यू कैन ऐड योर डिजिटल सिग्नेचर. इफ़ यू आर यूजिंग एन एप्पल डिवाइस तो वहाँ पे इन दैट प्रीव्यू एप्लीकेशन आपको अपना साइन स्कैन करने का ऑप्शन मिलता है. यू कैन स्कैन इट वाया एन आईफोन एज वेल, या फोटो खींच के भी. अगर हम बात करते हैं मोबाइल फोन्स की तो एनी PDF व्यूअर अगर आप जाते हैं, फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ यू हैव अ सैमसंग स्मार्टफोन तो वहाँ पे यू कैन डिजिटली साइन लाइक यूजिंग द S Pen या यूजिंग योर फिंगर्स. तो अलग अलग ऑप्शंस हैं डिपेंडिंग ऑन द काइंड ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट्स यू वांट टू साइन. समटाइम्स इट्स अ 2-way कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जहाँ पे एक वेबसाइट है, आपने अपना साइन किया, सामने से उधर से साइन आया एंड द डॉक्यूमेंट इज ऑफिशियली साइंड. सो मल्टीपल वेज बट प्रीटी इजी टू डू योर डिजिटल सिग्नेचर्स इन ऑल दीज डॉक्यूमेंट्स.
Hello TG, I am your big fan. Also I am starting my YouTube channel on poetry. Can you please recommend me an app जहाँ से मैं background noise clear कर सकता हूँ?
ऑडेसिटी इज दैट ऐप जिसको आप यूज़ कर सकते हैं फॉर क्लीन ऑडियो एक्सपीरियंस. अगर कुछ एको वगैरह आता है तो इफ़ यू हैव न्यूअर आईफोन तो उसमें तो इनबिल्ट ऑडियो मिक्स का जो ऑप्शन है वहाँ पे यू कैन डू ऑल दिस. अगर हम बात करते हैं इसके अलावा तो देर आर मेनी प्लगइन्स अवेलेबल फॉर मेनी ऑफ दीज एडिटर्स जहाँ पे आप ऑडियो के अंदर थोड़ा सा एक जो नॉइस है उसको क्लियर कर सकते हैं. इफ़ यू डू इट टू मच देन वो आवाज़ एकदम रोबोटिक लगती है, बट सर्टेन लेवल्स तक आप ऑडियो क्लीन कर सकते हैं. एंड आइडियली आई वुड recommend if you can record in an environment जहाँ पे ऑडियो पहले से ही जितना क्लीन हो सके आप उतना रिकॉर्ड करें. उसको इम्प्रूव करना ज़्यादा इजी होगा बजाय के एक बहुत ही शोर वाले ऑडियो को क्लीन कर पाना, बिकॉज नॉइस कैंसलेशन वुड बी एबल टू रिमूव ऑल द नॉइसेज ऑफ अ कॉन्स्टेंट सोर्स. लेट्स से अगर AC की आवाज़ आ रही है एंड ऑल, बट इफ इट इज़ वेरी वेरिएबल इन नेचर की अगर ट्रैफिक की आवाज़ है तो उसको हटा पाना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल होता है. बट यू कैन ट्राई विद ऑडेसिटी एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर योर YouTube journey. Okay, so guys, there you go. सब कुछ मेरी तरफ से in this week's episode of your favorite show Gadget 360 with Technical Guruji. I'm gonna come next week जहाँ पे और नए नए gadgets होंगे और नई नई बातें होंगी और ढेर सारा फन भी होगा. Same place, same time, you know the drill. तब तक अगर आपका कोई भी सवाल हो, कुछ भी अगर आपको कहना हो, just write at tg@ndtv.com. मैं आपसे मिलता हूँ नेक्स्ट एपिसोड में. फिलहाल के लिए इतना ही. Have a good day and take care.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
The moment I saw it, I thought I will have to come here. I'm loving it.
An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने लापता था मैं पहले अपना लिया इस शहर ने शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Usama Shah, very happy Dussehra to all our viewers. The Prime Minister as well as the President They were present at the iconic Ramleela Maidan for the celebrations. We'll get you all the details, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. It is the Dussehra showdown in Maharashtra's Mumbai. It is Sena versus Sena as Dussehra rally face-off. Dussehra battle sets the stage for the Maharashtra Assembly elections clash. RSS Chief echoes Prime Minister Modi's Hindu unity pitch. The Shiv Sena calls out the violence in Bangladesh and says that it cannot tolerate what happened to the Hindus there. Meanwhile, the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge tells Bhagwat that RSS supports a party that wants disunity in the country. Politics erupts over Tamil Nadu train collision. The DMK as well as the Congress question the centre over measures for rail safety. And India celebrates Dussehra today. The Prime Minister as well as the President, they take part in Delhi's iconic Ramleela. Delhi government is considering slapping congestion tax on vehicles entering the city during peak hours to curb traffic. The proposal suggests a congestion tax will be collected from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. exemptions for electric vehicles and two-wheelers, while the Delhi government plans to collect these tax via fast tags. Well, it is the Sena versus Sena showdown that is taking place in Mumbai as part of the Dussehra rallies in Maharashtra's Mumbai. Chief Minister Shinde, he is conducting his rally in the Azad Maidan. Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray, his rally is taking place in Shivaji Park there. The Dussehra rallies, these rallies are taking place ahead of the assembly polls in Maharashtra. It is Sena versus Sena as rallies ahead of those crucial Maharashtra Assembly elections. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, he is going to be holding his rally at the Azad Maidan, while Shiv Sena, the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena, is holding a rally in Shivaji Park. This is the Dussehra battle, and it has set the stage for the upcoming Maharashtra polls there. Meanwhile, my colleague Sujata, who's at the Azad Maidan, she joins us to get us more on this. Sujata, just want to understand from you, how will these rallies impact the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections?
Well, certainly, and at Azad Maidan, where the Dussehra rally has taken a centre stage in Maharashtra, and marking this iconic Dussehra rally, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's annual Dussehra rally is held here at Azad Maidan in South Bombay, where
We'll try and get back to Sujata in just a short while from now. We'll try and fix that line with Sujata. In the meanwhile, Anuj Raite, he is joining us from Shivaji Park on the other hand. Anuj, what is happening at there at the moment, and what message do you think these rallies are hoping to send out to their voters and the opposition parties there?
Uddhav Thackeray might be here at any point of time from now onwards, and we were here like an hour back and we saw that not just the area around Shivaji Park, but the entire region from from Shiv Sena Bhavan, which is close to 150 meters from here, till Dadar railway station. There is police barricading, police security, and diversions in traffic just to make it possible for people to come here. And as I'd like to show you what the situation here looks like, people here have gathered in thousands to listen to their leader, and this, as we've been stressing on time and again, is the third Dussehra Melava or third Dussehra speech, the traditional Shiv Sena program which takes place after the split that took place in the Shiv Sena from 2022. And this perhaps might be the most important one, considering that this is just a couple of days ago, in all probability, before the model code of conduct is implemented in the state, and after which the limitations on several political activities will also increase by a lot. And this also becomes important because 2024 state assembly election is perhaps one of the more important ones in Maharashtra's electoral history, because it is close to 6 to 7 political parties which will fight this election. The NCP, Shiv Sena, two of the very proud Marathi parties from the state were split, and then the two parts of these parties went to form the government while the other two are in the opposition. So it leaves a lot of scope for the supporters and for the leaders who are especially in the opposition to come down very heavily on the government. But talking about this particular speech today, specifically, we can expect several things to take place. Firstly, we can expect Uddhav Thackeray to speak on the RSS Sar Sanchalak speech given in the morning. We also expect him to on several issues ranging from the fall of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue a few months ago to what happened in Badlapur, the unfortunate incident that happened in Badlapur, even the encounter that happened there a few weeks later. That event took place. Now, of course, the speeches are taking place from different leaders, and all the people here are waiting in readiness to experience this rally in all its magnanimity when the Paksha Pramukh or Uddhav Thackeray comes down here at Shivaji Park to share his thoughts. And this might just be one of the more significant rallies from the year, especially for the UBT, considering that many leaders from Shiv Sena UBT also led attacks against Congress party after the election results in Haryana, because Shiv Sena have been believing it since day one that a CM candidate, a CM face should be made out in open, but that is not taking place because the other Mahavikas Aghadi leaders or the other Mahavikas Aghadi parties are not on the same page with Shiv Sena in this particular regard. But so it will be interesting to see what Uddhav Thackeray says, not just to the opposition, not just to the parties in the government, and especially Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, but also to his allies and especially the Congress party.
Absolutely. And what is that message going to be to the voters as well as the opposition and its own allies, as well as the impact on the upcoming elections? We'll have to wait and watch for that. Anuj, thank you very much for joining us with all those details. Meanwhile, Grand Dussehra celebrations, they are taking place across India. Prime Minister Modi as well as the President, they attended the Dussehra celebrations at the iconic Ram Leela ground. Dussehra, remember, marks the triumph of good over evil. Royal Dussehra celebrations also took place in Mysuru as well as Kullu. In fact, the tallest Ravan effigy, it was installed in Delhi, and Prime Minister Modi, he attended the Dussehra celebrations in Delhi. The Vijay Dashami is, like I mentioned, is a triumph of good over evil.
Well, it is festival day. We are talking about Vijay Dashami, and what better way to celebrate Vijay Dashami than by being in Mysore. It is definitely one of those places that celebrates Dussehra with a great deal of grandeur, and the 10-day festival at least marks about 6.5 crore rupees spent by 19 subcommittees that have been working on this. The 10 days are marked with a lot of traditional music, cultural activities, as well as other kinds of sports activities as well. A great competitive spirit, and you also have the tableau procession, which also gives a lot of importance to democratic values as well as constitutional values. You also have the Jumbo Savari on the final day, that is the Vijay Dashami. The 10-day festival culminates with a lot of grandeur, which reflects the rich heritage of Mysuru. No wonder this place is called the cultural capital of not just Karnataka, it also becomes symbolic as known to be the cultural capital of southern India there, and people from all over the world come to watch this extremely beautiful, spectacular show that is organized for about 10 days. A lot of cultural activities, a lot of fun and fanfare that is witnessed at this place, a tradition that has been witnessed right since the 16th century. And you also have the grand procession, the Jambu Savari, which is the procession of elephants there, and the lead elephant, the Arjuna elephant, will carry the gold-plated howdah, and that is also definitely a sight to behold. Both the Chief Minister of Karnataka as well as the Deputy CM have been lodged in Mysuru to organize this, along with the royal family of the Mysuru Kingdom there, and all of them jointly working on making this festival a grand festival of sorts. And remember, Mysuru is also the backyard of the Chief Minister there, who also believes in the blessings of Goddess Chamundeshwari. Remember, this is a festival that marks the victory of good over evil. It is also a festival that pays tribute in Mysuru to its goddess Chamundeshwari there. And the entire festival culminates in the evening with the spectacular show of the palace, which lit up with 1 lakh bulbs, and it is definitely a sight to behold. It is extremely beautiful, and no wonder people from all over the world come to Mysuru to witness the city of palaces. One must definitely not miss this show.
Right now we are here at the Ram Leela Maidan in Delhi, where Ram Leela procession is about to be held. We clearly saw that 9 days long Durga Puja comes to an end with Ravan Dahan. We can clearly see 3 effigies of Ravan, Eknath and Kumbhakaran have been installed here. After a while we can clearly see the people will gather here and do Ravan Dahan and celebrate Dussehra today. We can clearly see lakhs and thousands of people have gathered here to take part in this whole procession. People from different parts of Delhi, different parts of India have come here, not only in Ram Leela Maidan, but we can also see in Red Fort also, where Prime Minister and the President of India have taken part in burning the effigy of Ravan. We can clearly see a lot of people are gathered here as well. Let's go straight to people and get to know what kind of a procession will be held this year around. Sir, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम सुमित शर्मा है. इस पूरे प्रोसेशन का मैं इंचार्ज हूँ और पिछले 7 सालों से इसको मैनेज कर रहा हूँ. और ये हमारी रामलीला कमेटी दिल्ली की सबसे पुरानी रामलीला है, जो आज से करीब 223 साल पहले स्टार्ट हुआ था. बहादुर शाह जफ़र ने इसको प्रमोट किया और बाबा राघव दास के समय में लाल किले की प्राचीर में माधव दास बगीची चाहिए चालू हुआ था. बहुत जगह इसकी स्थान परिवर्तन होते होते जहाँ 30,000 कोट है वहाँ हुआ, शांतिवन के सामने हुआ, और फिर ये इस स्थान पर जिसे हम रामलीला मैदान कहते हैं, यहाँ पर 100 साल पहले ये आई और तब से लेके आज तक ये चलती आ रही है. और इसको बड़ी रामलीला के नाम से भी कहा जाता था. और इसका जो प्रोसेशन निकलता है, इसको सवारी इसलिए कहा जाता है कि जब भी किसी की शाही प्रोसेशन चलता है तो उसको हमारे यहाँ सवारी कहा जाता है. और वो आज भी बाकायदा 11 दिन उसी सिस्टम को हम लोग मैनेज कर रहे हैं. ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड कोई ऐसा प्रोसेशन या सवारी नहीं है जो 11 दिन आज भी निकलता है. और उसमें सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि एक दिन एक चैप्टर को रामायण के हम दिखाते हैं. जैसे आज राम रावण युद्ध होता हुआ आया है और यहाँ रावण दहन होगा. वापसी में सीता जी भगवान राम के साथ चली जाएंगे. जो प्ले हम लेकर आते हैं वो यहाँ स्टेज पे कंप्लीट होता है और फिर कंप्लीशन के बाद जो होता है उसे हम वापस लेके जाते हैं.
शुक्रिया बात करने के लिए सर. और भी लोगों से बातचीत करेंगे. सर, आपका नाम क्या है?
Meanwhile, the atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh were a key focus of RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's address to the public during the organization's Dussehra Utsav. Mohan Bhagwat, he has said that the Hindus live in harmony through continuous dialogue. He called for the society to unite for its security by eliminating all the differences, echoing what the Prime Minister and the UP Chief Minister have said.
अब हमारे पड़ोस में ही बांग्लादेश में क्या हुआ, उसके कुछ तात्कालिक कारण और पहलू है, ये बात ठीक है, लेकिन इतना बड़ा उत्पात तो उससे नहीं होता. वो कारण उनकी चर्चा जिनका विषय है वो करें, परंतु 2 बातें ध्यान में आती है. पहली बात है कि उस उत्पात के कारण वहां के हिंदू समाज पर जो अत्याचार बार बार होते हैं, उस परंपरा को फिर से दोहराया गया. पहली बार वहां का हिंदू संगठित होकर अपने बचाव में रास्ते पर आया, इसलिए कुछ बचाव हो गया. परंतु कहीं कोई गड़बड़ हो, दुर्बलों पर अपना गुस्सा निकालने की ये जो कट्टरपन की प्रवृत्ति है, वो प्रवृत्ति जब तक वहां विद्यमान है, तब तक वहां की हिंदू क्या, वहां के सभी अल्पसंख्यक, उनके सर पे खतरे की तलवार लटकी रहेंगी. उनको आवश्यकता है मदद की। विश्व भर के हिंदुओं की, भारत के सरकार की सहायता उनको मिले, ये उनकी आवश्यकता है। कि दुर्बल रहना अपराध है। हम अगर दुर्बल है, असंगठित है, तो उसका मतलब हम अत्याचार को निमंत्रण दे रहे हैं। निमित्त कुछ नहीं चाहिए, हम दुर्बल है, ये निमित्त पर्याप्त है। और इसलिए जहां कहीं भी हम हैं, वहां संगठित रहना, सशक्त रहना।
ये करने वाले ही बांट रहे ना। जो लोग देश में यूनिटी चाहते हैं, वो पार्टी जो डिसयूनिटी चाहती है, उस पार्टी को सपोर्ट करने वाले आप ही हैं, भागवत जी ही हैं। पहले कहां से शुरू करें? संविधान बदलने से शुरू करें, रिजर्वेशन निकालने से शुरू करें, हिंदू मुसलमानों के बारे में अलग अलग बात की।
The registrations for the Prime Minister internship scheme, it has started. These internships will be provided, these opportunities will be provided in the top 500 companies. This is a one-year internship program, the PM internship scheme. It is meant for skill development of the youth. Remember, around 5,000 to 6,000 rupees per month allowance will be given to these interns. The candidates, in fact, they can register themselves on the portal itself. Over 80,000 opportunities are present across 24 sectors. In fact, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, it has also posted on its social media saying that presently internship opportunities are present in 737 districts across India, out of which it has also posted a list of top 5 states, including Maharashtra, which has a total number of internship opportunities of 10,242, followed by Tamil Nadu with 9,827. Comes Gujarat with 9,311, followed by Karnataka with 8,326, and Uttar Pradesh with 7,156. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs, in fact, posted on its social media saying that the Prime Minister internship scheme is a transformative initiative by the Honorable Prime Minister to ensure the skilling of our youth, which will enhance their employability. It will provide an opportunity to do an internship in the top 500 companies in India for 12 months. It also mentioned that there will be an allowance of rupees 5,000 to 6,000 rupees per month. This is a one-time grant. As they mentioned, the candidates, they can register themselves on the portal that you can see on your screens as well. This portal ensures efficient access to internship across sectors with Aadhaar-based registration and tools like biodata generation. And Delhi government is considering slapping congestion tax on vehicles entering the city during peak hours in order to curb the traffic problem. A proposal suggests that a congestion tax will be collected from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Meanwhile, exemptions will be given for electric vehicles and the two-wheelers. Delhi government, in fact, also plans to collect these taxes via FASTag. Remember, traffic, it is a global issue which comes at a cost. Places like London, Singapore, as well as countries like Germany, they have a taxing system to curb traffic, and similarly, Delhi government is also considering a congestion tax on vehicles in peak hours. This is not the first time, though, that such plans have been proposed in the national capital. Earlier, there were proposals in different forms, but they did not take off. In 2018, the government formed a proposal to levy a congestion tax on vehicles entering select road stretches in the national capital. Meanwhile, in 2009, former Chief Minister Sheila Dikshit, she wanted to bring the charge under which all private vehicles entering the capital would have to pay an additional tax in order to encourage the use of public transport. And the West Asia, it remains on the edge, and the civilians there, they are bearing the brunt of the war from Gaza to Lebanon. The wounded, the entire places, they have been turned into war zones. The conflict between Israel as well as Lebanon, it is escalating day by day. Israel, it has targeted UN in the south of Lebanon, and NDTV's Mohammad Ghazali, He brings us this report from the war zone itself.
War brings sorrow, injuries, displacement, and this is all what we are witnessing here in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Behind me, you see these are the makeshift shelter or the tent camps for those who have been displaced from the southern part of Lebanon, and they have moved towards the Beirut city. And this is one of the buildings of the government school, which has now turned into a makeshift shelter camp for the children, for the elderly and women and people with their families who have lost everything in the southern part of Lebanon, which shares borders with Israel, have now moved towards this part in the central Beirut city. This is tragic because you have kids, elderly, people who have moved here and they don't know exactly when this war will stop. But they claim that despite the killing of Hassan Nasrallah, the Hezbollah Secretary General, the war should continue until Israel leaves the occupied territory of Palestine, accepts a ceasefire for Gaza, and then stops the war with Lebanon. We tried to capture the scenario here at the makeshift camp where people are preparing food, and this is not something which the government or donations are making it work, but it is the individual contribution of the same people for whom this entire arrangement has been done. And right now, if I'll just try to show you that how there are people who are preparing this food here, around 500 people, including big families, and this is the food which is being prepared every day for around 500 people in this particular government school. And the situation is still dire because the occupied territory of Palestine and its rulers, the Israeli government and its forces, are advancing towards the southern border, towards the southern Lebanon. There has been widespread destruction, aerial strikes, while Israel keeps claiming that it is attacking or it is carrying out precision strikes against the Hezbollah commanders. But these are all civilians here, civilians from the southern part of Lebanon who have been forced to leave their homes, not knowing what lies ahead for their future in Lebanon. In Beirut, Mohammed Ghazali for NDTV.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
I don't ever know songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
The moment I saw it, I thought I will have to come here.
I'm loving it. An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने लापता था मैं पहले अपना लिया इस शहर ने शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Peter Drucker famously said, "Culture eats strategy for breakfast." So, what were the cultural cornerstones that have enabled the rise and the rise of the House of Tatas? Hello and welcome to Icons. I'm your host, Ramesh Damani. Tata's, the salt to software giant, is one of the few institutions of independent India that makes us all proud. The group was founded by the late Jamshedji Tata, father of Indian industry, the greatest philanthropist of the 19th century, and a one-man planning committee are just some of the monikers used to describe him. To discuss his life, legacy, I'm joined by the authors of the book, Jamshedji Tata, Powerful Learnings for Corporate Success. Please help me welcome two veterans of Bombay House, R. Gopalakrishnan and Harish Bhatt. Gentlemen, welcome to Icons.
Thank you.
Thank you. So nice to have you. You know, Stephen Covey, your author, so you've read his book. He talks about the 7 traits of highly effective people, or 7 habits of highly effective people. You've dissected the Tata Group into 10 Ps. How did that exercise start, Gopalji?
You know, Stephen Covey has given 7 ideas of effective people, which is at an individual level today. We were intrigued by the fact that Jamshedji Tata began his enterprises with a certain philosophy and has somehow kept that philosophy alive for 150 years.
Which is unparalleled in corporate world.
Unparalleled is probably the right word. I'm sure there must be the odd one, but I'm not aware of it. So people were slicing the cucumber, if I may take the metaphor, horizontally and getting slices. So how I created TCS, how I
created Tata Steel,
Tata Steel and so on, Titan. But we wanted to cut it vertically. And that caused me to ask exactly the question that you have touched upon. What was this cultural pillars that come through the vertical slice? And that's how we arrived at the 10 Ps, principles, perseverance, and so on and so on.
Let me pick on the first one. You talked about principles, Gopalji, and that has always been the cornerstone of any Tata enterprise. And it was principles that saved Tata Steel from bankruptcy 100 years ago. Tell me that story.
There's a story with regard to, say, Tata Steel, which appears in the book, which I'm going to ask my esteemed colleague Harish Bhatt to narrate. But before I get to that, I just want to say, where does principles fit into this? You have to have a philosophy. And that Jamshedji Tata had this philosophy of community being center stage is fairly well known and doesn't require me to repeat it. But that's a niyat. That is your objective, strategic intent. But out of the niyat comes niti, conduct. And principles are related to niti. So I'm a very strong advocate of niyat, niti and niyam. And we should not get lost in the niyam, forgetting the niti and the niti, first item that came there is principles, which is what are the guiding principles that you're going to leave for successors to manage this enterprise. And the story of Tata Steel and how it came near to bankruptcy in the 1920s is narrated in the book as an example of that. And I would request Harish Bhatt to...
Yeah, Harishji, please step in and explain to me, how did Tata save Tata Steel bankruptcy?
Yeah, so Ramesh, it's a fascinating story. You know, Tata Steel began production of steel in the 1910s. 1911 or 1912 is when it started.
Which was audacious anyway to begin with.
Which was audacious anyway. The British were scoffing of Jamshedji Tata's idea, but Tata Steel became a reality because of Jamshedji Tata's vision and his son Dorabji Tata, who then became the second chairman of the Tata Group after Jamshedji passed away in 1904. He made sure that Tata Steel came to fruition eventually. Sometime by 1914, 1915, World War I had started. Tata Steel had also undertaken some expansion work towards the end of the 1910s. But because of the aftermath of World War I, the demand for steel collapsed. And it collapsed in places like Japan, which were a primary customer for Tata Steel.
Right.
And as a result, by the time you got into 1922, 1923, 1924, Tata Steel was facing very tough times. And Dorabji Tata was the then chairman of the Tata Group. Now, in the meanwhile, Dorabji Tata, many, many years ago, had also got married to a lady called Meherbai Tata.
Correct.
And he was deeply in love with her. So he had gifted her what was at that time the largest diamond in the world. It continues to be the 6th largest diamond in the world.
Bigger than the Kohinoor, if I'm not
mistaken. Yes, the Jubilee diamond. And it was 254 carats in size. It was so expensive that I am told whenever they took it out of the locker, they had to pay a premium to the insurance agency. Now, I'll tell you why this story gets interesting as we go along.
Sure.
So one day in 1924, Dorabji Tata, seated in the headquarters of the Tata Group in Mumbai, receives a telegram from Jamshedpur, from Tata Steel,
all is
saying
lost,
that we have no money to pay our workers their next tranche of wages. Now, what does Dorabji Tata do? It was a very perilous state that Tata Steel found itself in. What he does, without blinking an eyelid, Lady Meherbai Tata and he commit their entire personal wealth to save the company. His entire personal wealth at that time was about 1 crore of rupees, which would be, I'm sure, many hundreds of crores today, but about 1 crore of rupees. That included this Jubilee diamond, the largest diamond in the world.
Salaries had to be paid irrespective.
Yes.
No one had to be laid off.
So he went to the Imperial Bank of India, which is the current State Bank of India, and he pledged his entire wealth, including the Jubilee diamond, and raised a loan of 1 crore of rupees. And that was used to pay the workers of Tata Steel. Not a single worker was retrenched. The company continued production. And as you went into the 1930s, Tata Steel once again became a very prosperous enterprise. And of course, the pledge was redeemed that Dorabji Tata had made. But what amazes me, Ramesh, is that here is a man whose principles told him that he had to stand by the company that the Tata Group had promoted. Even though the Tata Group was not the only shareholder of Tata Steel had an IPO by 1906, 1907.
It was actually the first listed company in India.
Yeah. And today, if you go to Jamshedpur and if you visit the Dorabji Tata Park, what Tata Steel have done is that they've erected a large replica of the Jubilee diamond made in steel to pay tribute to this courageous decision of Dorabji Tata.
Always remind them. But let me take you into this century, from 19th century to the 20th century, not to the 21st, the 20th. Those same principles came at a crossroad with a company called Tata Finance, which was a dark chapter in the history of the Tatas, but ultimately its finest hour. Can you throw some light on that, Gopalji?
We were all completely caught by surprise. And there were a lot of people who were very distressed. And at a particular shareholders meeting of a company called Tata Chemicals, where I was the vice chairman and I was sitting next to Ratan Tata, who was the chairman, an old Parsi shareholder got up and he said, I don't know what I'll go home and tell Frenny, because I put all my savings into this Tata Finance. I know you have the right to reject my question because this is a shareholders meeting of Tata Chemicals, but I really need to tell Frenny something. It's a very human.
Absolutely.
And to my great surprise, I'm sure he must have thought about it, but he got up and said, I'm allowing you to ask this question on Tata Finance in Tata Chemicals.
Ratan Tata?
Ratan Tata.
Right.
And I want to tell you that we don't know exactly what the damage is, but not one of you retail investors will suffer. That's my assurance today. And then he sat down and I was sitting next to him and I said, boss, what have you done? You have no idea whether it's 50 crores, 100 crores, 5,000 crores. He said, if you want to say the right thing, you must say it at the right time. Otherwise, it's too late. And that is the message of both the Tata Steel story, which is separated in time by about 90 years between Tata Steel and Tata Finance. But the behavior was exactly the same. Own up, clean up, and move ahead.
Take responsibility. Let me just briefly ask you about another incident that took place when the terrorist attacked Bombay and Indian hotels. The Taj, the famous Taj Hotel, iconic Taj Hotel was, a scene of grim crimes out there. Again, the Tatas with the same principles stood by the staff and the employees and the customers of the Tata hotels.
Yes, I think it was a very dark day. An attack which was very dastardly in nature. I think the facts of what happened on that day are in the public domain. Many people lost their lives. Some members of the public and some employees of the Taj. But yes, I think the Tata stood by the employees, stood by the people who had lost their lives.
Financially and morally.
Financially and morally. There was a welfare fund which was established,
yes,
which has helped rehabilitate all those families and made them come back into the public domain.
I'd just like to add a little personal overlay to the because this is in my knowledge. I'm not sure it's in the book, but it happened on a particular day, and the next morning, unbeknown to us that this is going to happen, I had a meeting at 10 o'clock with Ratan Tata. I said I must go because there were no cell phones, if I remember right, or if they were very rare.
Sporadic.
So I turned up at 5 to 10, and he was there. And both of us were probably looking bleary-eyed. And I said, you know, we are not in a mood for the meeting. Why did you come? And he said, well, I had committed to you that I'll see you at 10. But I agree with you, we are not in a mood. Can we postpone the meeting? And then we broke off. You see, this is a very small point. I mean, as a chairman, he had the liberty to get his assistant to ring up.
No one would have questioned that at that time.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
The second thing I want to mention is a story told to me by the head of HR in Taj. And he said that he was taking Ratan Tata around to meet the wounded employees. I'm using this story to illustrate the empathy part of it, not just the intellectual part. And he was very eager to show that we had taken a lot of trouble for our employees. So he kept saying various things. And at the end, he said, sir, have we done everything properly? Is there anything else you want us to do? He said, no, I've not come here to judge whether you've done everything properly. I've come here to ask myself and answer the question, what else should we be doing? That's a very important lesson to remember. We think business is all about money. Business must have money to survive, but business without emotion is not going to survive. And that is a very major lesson that I take away.
Let me get to another P that I find fascinating. You know, they persisted with Tata Steel, and today it's an iconic company in the Sensex 30 stocks of India. Persistence is what enabled Harishji, Titan to survive. Can you give me that story of how Titan was finding its way and then became this huge company?
You know, Tanishq is today the most preferred jewelry brand across the country, the most preferred brand of modern Indian women. But we should know that in the first 6 years of Tanishq, it was not a profitable business. It was losing money. There were strategic errors that were made by initially introducing 18 karat
gold,
18 karat studded jewelry.
22.
Yes, but for Indian women, gold and jewelry is about Stri Dhan. It's not just adornment, it's also investment. And Indian women would buy 22 karat gold. And there was a time when there was a lot of skepticism about the Tanishq business, including within the Tata Group. But Mr. Xerxes Desai, who was then the managing director of Titan, stood by the business. Mr. Desai has told me, I've interviewed him for the story, and he said, Harish, the market opportunity was so huge, I would let them close this business over my dead body. That's what he said.
It was 50,000 crores at that time, but today it's more like 3 lakh crores.
3 lakh or 4 lakh crores is the size of the market today. So Mr. Desai stood by that because he thought the market opportunity was huge. There was a change made in the strategy of Tanishq. 22 karat gold jewelry was launched. Something called the carat meter was launched.
Explain the carat meter. That's a fascinating story.
So, you know, Tanishq at that time did a survey of jewelers across the country. And they found that jewelers were not actually offering 22 karat gold as 22 karat gold. They were offering a lower caratage, let's say 17 or 18 carats. And Tanishq decided that we would offer 22 karat as 22 karat and be totally transparent about it. But now, how do you prove to the customer that 22 karat is 22 karat?
And you're probably wearing a 17 karat jewelry or bangle.
So what happened was that senior executives of Tanishq found a laboratory instrument called a spectrometer. You know, if you have studied physics, you know the Fraunhofer lines of every metal. So every metal has its unique Fraunhofer line. Gold has, and lead has, and copper has, and so forth. And they found that this instrument could actually read what the purity of that metal was by examining the surface of the metal.
And that became the game changer.
So that laboratory instrument was brought back to India, and in a stroke of marketing genius, it was called the carat meter, and it was put into every Tanishq store. I have actually seen women come into Tanishq stores during that period of time. I used to be a junior manager in those days. They would test their wedding jewelry on the carat meter, break down and cry when they found that it was not the pure 22 karat gold that was promised. And that was a game changer. So Tanishq, along with purity, brought also modern expressions of traditional Indian designs of jewelry into the market. And you have seen the last 20-25 years of Tanishq, it's flourished and become the largest and most preferred brand of jewelry today. But it happened because Mr. Desai at that time, when the business was making losses, stood by the business and made sure that he gave it his full support. He was very, very persistent in his pursuit of that idea. And that's something that I narrate in this book and in this story.
And you stand by your products, whether it was in Tata Finance or now in Tanishq. You stood by your product.
Absolutely right. You stand by your product, and most importantly, Ramesh, you stand by the customer.
P also stands for progress, and progress often takes place outside your comfort zone. How did a person who became a superpower in steel, in salt, move to software? What is the story behind that?
So this is a tradition that has been set up over a long period of time. Progress comes because the leaders look at themselves as windows who are bringing outside perspectives into the business. Jamshedji Tata used to travel a lot, and he realized that from textiles he must move to steel, and so on and so forth. I won't go into every single episode. But come to the 60s, which is when Tata Consultancy came up, we had this wonderful power engineer called Fakir Chand Kohli.
FC Kohli.
FC Kohli, the marvelous, he's the father of Indian
Father
IT.
of the Indian IT industry, absolutely.
And he had come back with a master's in control systems and transmission lines. And he implemented a primitive sort of digital infrastructure to control the load centers of Mumbai. And people were impressed. And Tata Sons felt that we have a lot of data. Should we do something about it? So they asked, a number of people were involved. I'm not going into all the names. But at one stage, Mr. Kohli was requested to go and take charge of this. And here he was, the senior person in Tata Power, being asked to go and do a startup. And many people think startups are an interesting phenomenon of today. But everything in Tata was a startup at some stage, including Tanishq. Yeah. And reluctant Mr. Kohli went along, and he had certain principles which he was very happy to explain. He said, it is not worth doing business if you can't make money out of it, if you can at least avoid losing money. And gradually over the next 20 years, he built up data processing capability. And then technology and time brought their fortunes, and TCS took off. And Ramadurai, who succeeded Mr. Kohli, took it to even greater heights, and so on and so forth. So this attitude of embracing the future is what I'm trying to emphasize, that the leadership of Tata has always looked at embracing the future. Now, can you imagine a company which started as a textile company, today looking at chips? We celebrate icons. Andrew Carnegie for steel, Henry Ford for automobiles, Johan Trippe for airlines, Thomas Watson for computers. All of that is rolled into one guy.
You know, another P that you didn't mention particularly, but it stands for philanthropy. And that's been almost the hallmark of the Tata Group. How has that shaped India? I mean, that philanthropy has shaped India with so many institutions. Just can you talk a little bit about that, Harishji?
Yes. So, you know, Jamshedji Tata, his driving philosophy was that the community should be center stage in the Tata Group. And his sons donated their wealth to the Tata Charitable Trusts. And it is through that the Tata Charitable Trusts are today holding 66% of the equity of the parent company Tata Sons. What this means is that 66% of the dividends that Tata Sons issues goes to the Tata Trusts, which are mandated to serve the community in different ways.
And set up hospitals,
institutes, and just look at what the Tata Trusts have done over the century and 25 years of their existence. There are some of the finest Indian institutions like the Tata Memorial Cancer Hospital in Mumbai, yes. The Tata Cancer Hospital in Kolkata. There is a network of cancer hospitals coming up today across the country. You would have seen the news just a couple of years ago about 7 new cancer hospitals which had been inaugurated in the state of Assam.
You know, Joe Biden talks about the cancer moonshot, but yeah. Tata's thought about it 50, 75 years back.
You could say that. And if you look at you know, the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, more recently the National Center for Performing Arts, NCPA in Mumbai, or just the fight against COVID-19 when it happened in just 2 or 3 years back.
All building blocks for a good civil society.
Yes, so all this, I think, all this and more the Tata Trusts have contributed to. So the Tata Trusts have several verticals focusing on specific initiatives.
And it comes from the cash flow that Tata Sons generates.
It comes from the dividends that Tata Sons issues to the Tata Trusts. And since the Tata Trusts hold 66% of the equity of Tata Sons, there is a constant flow of dividends.
Money earned from the community given back to the community.
And I think JRD Tata said this very well, exactly what you have said today. JRD Tata said what came from the people has gone back to the people over and over again. I think that has been the philosophy.
Absolutely right. Of course, one of the great sartaps or the great leaders of the Tata organization has been JRD Tata. If you're, my age, 50, 60, you probably still remember about him. But he was famous for his sartaps, the P for people that stands for... I want to give you a few names, generally from JRD Tata's era, and give me a synopsis of them so we can relive the memories of them. I'll start with you, Nani Palkhiwala.
JRD Tata stated, and he acted in line with that statement, that I want to get people who are better than me. And I suspect Nani Palkhiwala was one such recruit.
Legal luminary.
He was a legal luminary. He was a finance minister India never had as finance minister. And he was a source of wisdom which JRD probably valued. I wasn't there when Nani came into the board, but I was there in the end period before Nani died.
And his budget speech was famous across the stock market.
He educated the Indian public during the emergency time.
Supported Ms. Gandhi actually also.
Yeah, but at one stage he filed a case against, and JRD was horrified to learn that he is going to fight the Prime Minister. And Nani Palkhiwala told me the story himself. He said, I offered to resign from Tata Sons. And he says, no, you're doing what your conscience tells you. You will stay in Tata Sons. And the whole thing went through, and anyway, he's a great son of India.
A great son of India, no question. Another great Tata Sartap was Darbari Seth. Not well known to the current generation, but iconic in many ways.
Yeah, so I've had the privilege of working as Darbari Seth's executive assistant.
Amazing.
And he was a technocrat par excellence. He built Tata Chemicals.
And plucked at 40 or so to build Tata Chemicals?
Yes, he was very young. He had just returned from the US after doing his post-graduation in chemical engineering there when JRD Tata got him into Tata Chemicals. And Tata Chemicals was going through a very tough phase at that time because Mithapur was a very dry area. It did not have the water required. And people had virtually given up. Yeah, people had virtually given up on that company. But Darbari Seth, working with a very, very passionate team, built Tata Chemicals. He built water recycling plants. He ensured that Mithapur withstood the ravages of drought. He ensured that the technology to make soda ash, which was known to very few people at that time, was perfected in Tata Chemicals at Mithapur. And then look at what more he went on to do. He went on to launch Tata Salt, which is today, I think,
the world's largest selling
salt, but reaches half the population of India
and Tata
every
tea.
year. He then inspired and launched Tata Tea, which is India's favorite brand of tea today.
And he was plucked by JRD Tata almost from...
Yes, he was very young when JRD Tata brought him into the Tata Group, and then he stayed with the Tata Group until he retired, much like Nani Palkhiwala did.
Right. How about Rusi Modi?
I didn't know Rusi Modi personally because he had left before I joined the group.
He was quite a character though.
But I'm told that he was a fantastic human relations person. And he had a tremendous instinct for people. And while everything may not have been perfect about him, there's nothing perfect about any leader for that matter, he was a wonderful leader for Tata Steel at a very crucial time. And people remember Rusi Modi very fondly for plucking them out, for giving them a chance to move ahead and developing talent in Tata Steel.
What will history write about Sumant Mulgaonkar?
So Sumant Mulgaonkar was a perfectionist and a person who sought excellence in everything that he did. He would insist that every single machine, every single vehicle that came out of the Tata Motors plant, which was Telco at that time, was par excellence and world class. When he put up the Pune plant of Tata Motors, he wanted a world-class plant that India should be proud of. But let me tell you something which many people may not know. When he put up this plant in Pune, he also spent 15 lakhs of rupees in putting up a lake next to the plant. And people asked him, Mr. Mulgaonkar, why are you putting up this lake? But he was very clear. He said that I want to return to the environment what this plant probably takes from the environment. And that lake flourishes until today. It also has a nursery. It has many
Bird
trees,
sanctuary.
migratory birds which come there. And J.R.D. Tata famously said of Sumant Mulgaonkar, he said that we did not have to, create a lake to build a truck, but we did, and I'm so proud that we did that.
There's a saying that sometimes men create history, and sometimes history creates men. And I think we'll keep debating that, would the Tatas create these managers, or do the managers create Tata? But there's a fantastic manager and a poet called William Yeats who said this to the public: do not wait to strike till the iron is hot, but make it hot by striking it. Jamshedji Tata was such a colossus, and he did the striking for India Inc., both figuratively and literally. RIP to a true Indian icon, and many thanks to both of you for sharing his wisdom and his legacy with us. Thank you. We'll see you soon on another episode of Icons. Have a great day. I'm Ramesh Tamani.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
The moment I saw it, I thought I will have to come here.
I'm loving it. An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने लापता था मैं पहले अपना लिया इस शहर ने शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
Sorrow, injuries, displacement, and this is all what we are witnessing here in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Civilians from the southern part of Lebanon who have been forced to leave their homes, not knowing what lies ahead for their future in Lebanon.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known.
Hello everyone, this is The Big Fight and I am Maria Shakil. The BJP got the booster dose ahead of the next set of elections. A party which was written off by everyone pulled off a stunning upset, defying all odds. BJP, remember, was facing 10 years of anti-incumbency in Haryana. The morale of its party workers were low after the Lok Sabha polls, and it has now come up with its best performance ever in Haryana, which hasn't been its traditional bastion. Now it is hoping to repeat the success of Haryana in Maharashtra. The ruling BJP Shiv Sena NCP coalition in Maharashtra, which is seen as facing an uphill task, has reached out to two key groups, the scheduled castes and OBCs, that is the other backward classes. On Thursday, the Maharashtra cabinet took several key decisions, including approving an ordinance giving constitutional status to the State Scheduled Caste Commission and giving its nod to the proposal urging the centre to hike the income criteria for inclusion in the creamy layer among OBCs from 8 lakh a year to 15 lakhs. Just to remind our viewers what happened in the Lok Sabha polls. The Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance, which in Maharashtra comprises of the Congress, the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP and Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, had stunned the Mahayuti by winning 30 of Maharashtra's 48 Lok Sabha seats. The BJP, whose tally was 23 in 2019 general elections, was reduced to just 9, while the Ajit Pawar-led NCP managed to win only 1 seat. And one of the reasons attributed to Maha Vikas Aghadi's big victory was that it had managed to get its caste combination right. And Thursday's cabinet decisions are seen as a way of making a dent in that caste combination. The decisions are also being read as a means to blunt the Congress and India alliance's attack on the NDA during the Lok Sabha elections that it wanted to end reservation. Now to the other side, the Congress is in huddle after their unexpected loss as the party calculates as to what went wrong. It is taking refuge in the fact that its vote share actually increased by 11% compared to 2019. So it went up from 28% to 39%. The BJP vote share increased by little over 3% from 36.4 to 39.9%. Both parties had roughly an identical vote share, but the vote share to seat conversion of the BJP is much higher at 48 in comparison to the Congress at 37. So the gap between the party number one or the party which is forming the government to the Congress is a gap of 11 seats. Remember, in first past the post system, these thin margins in vote share can have huge impact on seats. So the question that we ask on the show tonight, can the Congress get its micromanagement right, its house in order ahead of the crucial Maharashtra and Jharkhand polls? Joining me on this show, Shaina NC, national spokesperson of the BJP. We have Clyde of NCP Sharad Pawar faction, Rohit Chandrawarkar, senior journalist, and also Smith Singh Man, spokesperson of the Congress. Rohit, beginning with you. Of course, you know, there are several analysts who are of the opinion that it is not a fair comparison to compare the two states. But the fact here is that there is one party which is going into these elections, and it always had a chance in Maharashtra, with far more momentum. It is making efforts to reach out to those castes which it presumably lost during the Lok Sabha polls. So don't you think that when it comes to Maharashtra, you may not be comparing it with Haryana because the two states are very, very distinct, but then the comparison will be made?
Maria, the comparison will be made, and it is worth a comparison. See, about a week ago, I should say, there was the general feeling in Maharashtra was that, Maha Vikas Aghadi, which is the Congress alliance, has an upper edge because of the Maratha agitation, because of farmers' issues, and because of many other problems, economic problems or whatever. But what we saw in Haryana, all of you know very well, is that, the anti-BJP vote got split in 3 directions, 4 directions, whatever it is, between rebels and between Aam Aadmi Party and other parties. Can a similar thing happen in Maharashtra is the question that people are asking since last 2 days. And I think, the formations are now beginning to take shape in the sense that a third alliance is shaping up in Maharashtra. Many say that it is being encouraged by the BJP. There are also small players who are saying that if they don't get a ticket on Mahavikas Aghadi's candidature, they will jump and they will act as rebels. So in that sense, the picture is going to be a bit similar to Haryana, where BJP alliance looks like it is stuck together, it is united, because power is the glue that unites them together. The three parties are united. And on the other side, we see that cracks are developing. Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray group spokesperson Sanjay Raut writing an editorial in Shiv Sena mouthpiece against the Congress party, almost hinting that they are not happy with what the Congress is doing. The Congress was looking overconfident, saying a few things, asking for more seats in Mumbai city, etc. So there are cracks developing. That's what we are seeing in the last 2 or 3 days.
Yes.
And that's what brings us to the conclusion that perhaps
there is nothing,
picture is a bit similar to Haryana.
Okay, and there's nothing stopping, say, the Mahavikas Aghadi from setting up that alleged B team of their own as well if they want to get it right. So that is the big question. But China NC, this is a classic BJP of Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, which is at play here, where you know how to fight it out when the vote share is very, very close. So, are you all battle ready? And what exactly is the thought behind the announcements which have been made in what is being seen as the last cabinet of Eknath Shinde before the elections?
Maria, I just want to say 2-3 things. First, when everyone said, oh, BJP will not even be 15 in Haryana, this is the time for Congress, look at the astounding success. I mean, this is not just history hat-trick, but to have 50 MLAs in your bag is historic. And that does not necessarily have to be dissected as if it's a Jat versus non-Jat or Dalit versus non-Dalit or just division of votes, which seems to be the simple analysis. This is a strong cadre. If you have 11 crore members in the Bharatiya Janata Party, you have the support of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, you have the support of people working tirelessly on ground, and the most popular Prime Minister who percolates down to the poorest of poor. If you take the welfare schemes, this was the first time, 2012 to 24, if you see the income of the farmers, it's double. You have 24 crops that got MSP. The Swaminathan Commission was not just implemented, but also fine-tuned. You look at the youth and you had apprenticeship schemes, you had the internship program. You look at women, you have Jan Dhan, Mudra, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Ujjwala, the list is endless. So I think this is a vote for development and you're going to see the same in Maharashtra. Okay. And why do I cite the example of Maharashtra? Because you keep on talking about Maratha, Dalit. This is about progress. If you ask what happened in the cabinet meeting, please understand that if you take even a city like Mumbai, look at the metro, look at the coastal road, look at the infrastructure projects, the Atal Setu, the list is endless. So people are going to vote for those who are Pradhan Sevaks in Maharashtra, and that is clearly the Mahayuti. And we have been trial tested and it will be hat-trick again in history, let me tell you.
Okay. Smith Singh Man. Of course, your bargaining power has gone down and there's lots to learn. One thing is also clear that when it is about a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress, you do not really perform. And hence, your alliance partners here, Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray, will be taking charge of the entire election campaign. And then only you can have a fighting chance in these elections.
See, Congress is very clear that we are fighting this election as a family. We are fighting this election in coordination and consensus with our alliance partners. And that is very clear from the start.
That's not what Congress was saying till few days back.
I think it's very clear from the beginning. Congress was saying this few months back also. Congress was saying we are going to fight this election together. And that agenda is very clear. Coming to Haryana, I think it's something else we have to see also, that we got more or less equal vote share as to the BJP. The problem is that we were not able to convert seats, and there are many reasons. We are raising very essential points about the EVMs, about the batteries in the EVMs. And if there is lessons to learn from our party,
when you win, sir, there's no EVM tampering. And if somebody else wins, it's an EVM question. Please don't challenge the Election Commission.
I think it's a very, very clear thing about 99% battery and the 60-70%, and we have right to get answers. Now, coming to the other things, yes, there's a lot to learn. If we have equal vote share, why were we not able to convert that into seats? So, in direct fight with the BJP, we got equal vote share. Now, converting
that a party which was supposed to be down and out also increased its vote share by 3%. So, Clyde, my question here is that we have not been talking about an important aspect which we have discussed in several other state elections. Perhaps it's a return again of that silent voter. 40% plus OBC population in Haryana. BJP tried to consolidate them because on the other hand was that narrative of the Congress party where they had a dominant face in Bhupender Hooda, which was that fear grew of a potential Jat Shahi. My question here is, Uddhav Thackeray Sena has spoken out. Is the NCP also of the opinion that the Congress is the weak link in this entire alliance?
Absolutely not. Congress is equally strong along with us, and all three of us are going to work together strongly. What happened in Haryana has happened. You cannot rule that out. But does not mean that in Maharashtra, the same thing will happen. We are working together very strongly. And let me tell you, all this is being spoken about how the Mahavikas Agadi is not announcing their seat. What about the Mahayuti? They have a lot of problems all the time. I mean, people from the Shinde camp are saying that, they feel like vomiting when they sit next to Ajit Pawar. They called him Nalayak. I mean, they are protesting against him on the streets. So look at that also. You can't be looking at one side or the other. They have more problems there. We at least speak openly. We speak about each other. We are here as a democratic form of a group together. So there is no problem whatsoever. And let me tell you something. You talk about consolidation of that silent voter and all. The silent voter has spoken during the Lok Sabha election, and they've got a drumming. The Mahayuti led by the BJP has got a drumming. Out of 48 seats, look at the numbers that we got. We got 41. So the answer is right in front of you. The proof is in the pudding that the people of Maharashtra has rejected Mahayuti. They will reject them further also.
Clyde,
and let me tell you something.
My only
BJP
observation here is, since you talk about the Lok Sabha results, even in Haryana, the Congress did not do badly. The reason that they thought that they were really strong was that they managed to snatch 5 seats in that state and giving them confidence that they have a chance to return to power after 10 years.
Maria,
yes.
Are you forgetting there was an election in Jammu and Kashmir also? Why are we not talking about Jammu and Kashmir?
Yes,
we are talking about BJP, right? BJP being invincible according to you. You say, you say, well, let me speak, Maria. When you were speaking, I was not speaking. You called me.
Okay, we'll try and connect with Clyde in just a bit. But the point being made here is also about National Conference pulling that election. It emerged as the single largest party, and thereafter it ensured, it did the heavyweight lifting there. So Shaina, quick word on all's not well even in Mahayuti. I mean, what we were also told that Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister, walked out of the cabinet within 10 minutes after the announcement was made.
Absolutely not, Maria. All is well in the Mahayuti. Unlike the other parties that you have Mr. Sanjay Raut waking up in the morning and criticizing the Congress and Uddhav Thackeray saying they need to do soul searching. And then you have another comment coming from Mr. Sharad Pawar. That is obviously an alliance which is only there for the lust for power. We are here with a common ideology, which is to serve the people of Maharashtra. And in the best interest, whether it is Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis or Ajit Pawar, you haven't seen these kind of comments out of tune or out of turn. Okay. I think it's every political party's prerogative when they want to announce the candidates and when they want when they want to talk about who they are posing.
No, my video was frozen.
Yes, I'm coming to you, Clyde. I'm coming to you.
There is a saying in Hindi which is "Jo jeeta wohi Sikandar." So whatever our strategy, it's best
point
suited
taken,
to us.
Clyde. Your video was frozen. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that network issue. But my point is, I just heard the BJP spokesperson said that whatever they've said about Ajit Pawar or anybody is not out of context. So is she trying to say that they meant when they called him Nalaik, his whole finance department as Nalaik? Did they mean that they feel like vomiting when they sit next to Ajit Pawar? This is an absolute insult of Ajit Pawar. Bharatiya Janata Party and Eknath Shinde are insulting Ajit Pawar. And believe me, don't be surprised if Ajit Pawar leaves them and fights independently. Because BJP is known to gobble up the people they take together. They like to finish people when they go together. And having said that, we are talking about the election. You say, in Lok Sabha there was something different. It's not necessarily happening in the assembly election. That's exactly the point. Point here is you speak about Haryana and you see the result. But let me tell you one thing. There's a lot of issue in the ground level in the Mahayuti. It's a job of spokesperson and me and Shaila, it's our job to cover up certain things. But the fact of the matter is, come down to the ground level, there's a lot of problems between the Mahayuti. And believe me, at the end of the day, it's the people of Maharashtra who are going to decide. They decided in the Lok Sabha. I'm here, you're here. They will decide the same thing in the Vidhan Sabha elections. Because the ground reality is that people have realized that the Mahayuti is only Jumlebaz. Now, let me tell you something. You spoke about creamy layer. Okay, there are certain cabinet decisions that were taken yesterday. Now, there's a point there where the salaries of the madrasa teachers have increased. Now, everybody in the BJP, the leaders, are going to town and talking about madrasas, talking about Maulana Azad Trust. They keep going on. What happened to them today? Okay. Are they going to accept this increase in salary? Okay. Are they going to keep quiet? Maybe they'll keep quiet because they want to be connected to power. But you can't have duplicity. 1 minute, Shaina, 10 seconds. 1 minute, Maria, 10 seconds. You can't have duplicity. Towards the brink of elections, you come and you declare all kinds of schemes. And you're waiting for consent from the center. When the center give consent? After the code of conduct comes in, you'll give consent?
Okay.
Answer me. No, after code of conduct, you'll give consent.
No, I have just enough time for Rohit Chandravarkar now, please. Rohit Chandravarkar, do you think, in Haryana, what is interesting was that the BJP, despite being in power for 10 years, went into the election as an underdog. While on the other hand, you had a party which was overconfident, aggressive. Do you think it's similar narrative in the sense that right now, the way it is poised, even as we wait for the election dates to be announced, that there is one side which is in power trying to do course correction. On the other hand, there is a party which is confident that what the advantage they had during the Lok Sabha, they have to only give that basic push to convert it into the assembly results.
Maria, it's very similar. See, the state and the assembly in Maharashtra is about 3 times the size of Haryana. And the other thing that is different is that you had almost a bipolar kind of a fight in Haryana. Here you have alliances. So I think the ruling alliance will have a slight edge if you compare the situation with Haryana, because whenever you have alliance partners at the opposition side, which you have right now, there are some differences which are evident. I agree with one sentence that Clyde said, which is that it's their job, it's his and China ANC's job to cover up those differences. The differences are there on both sides. Like you rightly mentioned, the Ajit Pawar factor in Mahayuti and the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena not getting along too well with Congress, that factor on the other side. So in both alliances, there are certain differences, there are cracks. Now, the situation is that there is going to be a lot of rebellion, especially on the Mahayuti side, from Sharad Pawar's party or from Congress, which may not exist on the BJP side. So that advantage will go a bit towards the ruling party in Maharashtra. That's my reading. Another last factor I want to say is that, see, because there are going to be too many candidates and too many parties, I've said this on your show earlier also, Maharashtra is a state, if you look at national perspective, you will not see any other state across India where 6, 7, 8 parties are fighting assembly polls, Maria. Very important point. There are two NCPs, 2 Shiv Senas, 1 Congress, 1 BJP. That is 6 parties. Plus you have Raj Thackeray, plus you have Prakash Ambedkar and MIM. So there are 8, 9 parties and there are going to be multiple candidates. That makes the election very uncertain. So the winning margin of every candidate is going to be very small. It's going to be unpredictable. In Lok Sabha also, we had 1 candidate in Mumbai city winning with a margin of just 48 votes. Can you imagine that? Lok Sabha seat won by Eknath Shinde's man by 48 votes. So in Vidhan Sabha, it's going to be in assembly, it's going to be like somebody winning by 100 votes, 200 votes, very unpredictable. But the last word here I want to say is that there are cracks on both sides in both alliances. obviously the spokespersons here, both the spokespersons here, will try to cover it up like
also sending that message, which despite cracks, if you can still get your house in order for the public viewing, that is where the real story would be, because during the Lok Sabha elections, particularly in Maharashtra, BJP did not get that optics right. There were a lot of questions being asked. What was the reason for getting Ajit Pawar on board and other parties, So the BJP's loss in Maharashtra was also because of the wrong alliances. That's what it was seen as. Shaina NC, Clyde, Smith, Singh and Rohit, thank you so much for joining us. We are, in fact, earlier today, I spoke to Shiv Sena MP Milind Deora. Listen in to what he's told us. Milind Deora joining us. Milind, there is a lot of anticipation as to what will play out in Maharashtra. Has there been some course correction, particularly after the dismal performance in the Lok Sabha polls? And what do you think will be the impact of these surprise Haryana results on the upcoming elections?
Well, I think Haryana was certainly a sort of an encouraging result for the Mahayuti. What happened, Maria, it's important to understand that firstly in Maharashtra, if you look at my party, the strike rate was actually much better than people had expected us to perform. People had thought that the newly formed Shiv Sena, if you will, would barely cross 2 seats, and we got 7 seats, and we fought much less seats than, let's say, our closest opponent, the UBT faction. The narrative that was played out in the Lok Sabha elections was unfortunately something which was full of lies. It was essentially to mislead the public into thinking that if Narendra Modi ji became Prime Minister of India again, the constitution would be changed, reservations would be stopped. All of this, as we know, was just plain simple lies. That narrative, or should I call it a fake narrative, has been busted in Haryana. And therefore, it gives us all more hope that the Mahayuti will come back to power and score a hat-trick in Maharashtra just like we did in Haryana.
The Samvidhan Khatre mein hai, that narrative which was built by the India bloc, and also the reservation of Dalits will be done away with, did cost you seats in Maharashtra. Just 24 hours back, the Shinde cabinet has made a series of announcements for the OBCs and the SCs. Are these aimed at their consolidation, and also, isn't it coming too late?
No, none of these are things which are new or unexpected. These are all issues which were in the pipeline for a long time. Look, every government makes faster decisions as the code of conduct is likely to come into effect. That's just the nature of politics. And that's, I guess, one of the reasons why we need the one nation, one election policy. But all these were issues which were already on in the pipeline. They were being debated, discussed within cabinet meetings by bureaucrats for a long, long time. So none of these are related to the election. But yes, the government will obviously want to announce them before the code of conduct comes in. But beyond all these issues, beyond all these announcements that are being made today, tomorrow, yesterday, day before yesterday, I think that there is a certain, people are understanding that the narrative that was spread, for instance, let me give you an instance on an economic agenda. A fake narrative that was being spread was that Maharashtra was losing business to other states in India. And that was actually true during the MVA government's time. At that time, traditionally Maharashtra has been the #1 state in the country to attract foreign direct investment. During MVA's time, it fell down to #2. One of the reasons for that, by the way, was because, if you recall, a rogue policeman was going outside homes of industrialists, planting bombs and trying to extort money from them. And the chief minister at the time was giving that police officer a clean chit on the floor of the assembly, saying, don't compare him to Osama bin Laden. You're bound to lose investments. You're bound to see a flight of capital when you do things like that. When the political leadership is supporting extortionists, not industrialists, not entrepreneurs, not traders, you're bound to see a flight of capital. And that's what happened. And as a result of that, Maharashtra fell to #2 in terms of attracting foreign direct investment. Today, I'm happy to state that we are back to being the #1 state to attract foreign direct investment. Today, the largest port in the country, which was being opposed by the UBT, is the Bhumi Pujan has happened by the Prime Minister. It will be the largest port in the country. The infrastructure that we're seeing in this state is unparalleled. I invite people from outside Mumbai who haven't been to Mumbai in a long time to come and see the transformations that are underway in Mumbai and Maharashtra. So that narrative is being busted because people are beginning to see things on the ground.
Okay.
People did buy into that narrative for some time. They did think that this might be true. But now that projects are being executed, not just the Bhumi Pujans, but the actual completion, that is beginning to change. And people are now realizing that they were misled and that it's time to re-elect this government again.
Okay, I would like you to respond to this question as someone who has spent most of his political career in the Congress. As a former Congress leader and now as the Sena MP, the BJP under Prime Minister Modi believes in constantly improvising its script. There is course correction, of course. But the Congress doesn't do that. Have they lost the momentum then that the India bloc had immediately after the Lok Sabha polls in the month of July?
Look, we are in a situation in India which is very unique. We are in a situation in India where the BJP, despite coming to power for 3 consecutive terms, which is historic and it hasn't happened since Jawaharlal Nehru, I think 53 years ago. Despite that, BJP felt that it was not up to the expectations, worked hard, won Haryana. The Congress, on the other hand, despite 3 consecutive losses, being reduced to 2 digits in 3 consecutive elections, thought that it was a victory and was celebrating it as a victory. So that's a difference in attitude between, I guess, certainly the BJP and parties like mine and the way the Congress thinks. I think for them, it's like a student who passes and gets 40% and thinks that they should celebrate because they've been failing and getting 25% election after election. Now, having said that, the Congress in the next 5-year cycle before the next Lok Sabha election will win a few states. I'm sure they will. But the nature of the Congress is that unless you reward merit, and if they continue to remain a party that punishes meritocracy and rewards mediocrity, then every loss will never wake them up from their slumber. And even a small victory will be seen as the ultimate ending of the war. So I don't have much to say to them, but I had tried to warn them for a long time when I was part of the system that there's so much more the party has to do in so many aspects. All I can say is I wish them well.
All right, Milind Deora, Shiv Sena MP there. Thank you so much for your time. With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition of The Big Fight. I'll be seeing you next week on another hot topic of the week. Thanks so much for watching.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
Sorrow, injuries, displacement, And this is all what we are witnessing here in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Civilians from the southern part of Lebanon who have been forced to leave their homes, not knowing what lies ahead for their future in Lebanon.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal, and our special focus on the show this evening. Well, the Delhi government is considering a tax on vehicles entering the national capital in peak office hours. Now, this is a proposal that has sparked the long debated issue of congestion tax. Well, the onus once again has been put on taxpayers to solve Delhi's traffic nightmare and also the ramifications it has on the pollution here in the capital. But of course, many have pointed out that the government's move should have been to encourage people and incentivize citizens of the capital to switch to public transport and not consider a tax on vehicles entering the national capital during peak hours. And well, many have also pointed out that this would in a sense help streamline traffic, which is something that has been demanded for a long time by Delhiites here in the capital. What does it really mean for you and I, and what do experts think about it? Well, joining me on the show this evening, Ms. Dikshu C. Kukreja, urban planner, Managing Principal, CP Kukreja Architects. Also with me, Zerin Osho, Director, India Program, Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. Mr. S. Velumurugan, Chief Scientist and HOD, Traffic Engineering and Safety, CRRI, is also with us. Thanks very much all for being with us. Mr. Velumurugan, going across to you first. Many have pointed out time and again that there should be a concerted effort to incentivize people to switch to public transport. But this move to, in a sense, impose congestion tax, many would say that this is a knee-jerk measure, and a problem like Delhi's traffic problem or the pollution crisis needs round-the-year attention and round-the-year effort to, in a sense, trigger some sort of a behavioral change in helping people, switch to public transport. How do you see this entire move? It's still a proposal, it's not been implemented yet, but the fact that the Delhi government is mulling a congestion tax, what's your response? Mr. Velumurugan, go ahead.
Yeah, this is, I heard this particular congestion tax, which is being contemplated for implementation. Basically, this is a move as such is a good move, which has been implemented by some of the developed countries, starting from Singapore in 1975 and then London in 2003 and subsequently Stockholm in Sweden and also some Norwegian cities. So where if in India, in Delhi especially, if somebody wants to implement it, it's a good step, provided we happen to do a proper integration of the public, enhancement of the public transport and integration of the tickets, which we are actually being charged in the, be it metro, because we have about 390 kilometers of metro network available. Yes. And also DTC bus has been enhanced to now 8,000 buses. So in these, that ticket integration is also one important thing. And also ITS, using ITS, we need to do a monitoring of the major corridors. That major corridors is one thing which we need to identify and try to go about in doing it. And of course, as being contemplated for implementation with specifically non-polluting vehicles and two-wheelers exempted, is a move which can be tried, but with all these riders in place, if we do the implementation in best way.
Ms. Zerin Osho come in on this, and looking at this entire issue from the perspective or prism of the air pollution crisis as well. Experts like yourself have pointed out time and again that this problem is one that needs round-the-year attention. Knee-jerk measures like, say, the odd-even scheme or now this congestion tax proposal, this will do little in solving the pollution problem, because we need to tackle the pollution problem at its very source level. That is something that should be the focus of the government, and not sort of mulling over knee-jerk measures like this one.
Thank you, Vedant, and very happy to be back. I tend to agree with you and with Mr. Velmurugan, because this is a very good interim step in the right direction. Use this as an interim measure to eventually reach to better standards and electrification of transport. That should be the focus. Now, what's going to happen is, because we have seen this play out in several different, the West and the developed parts of the world. And I want to take the example of London City. 2 concentric circles, the core central London being taxed at a higher rate compared to the outer circumference of central London. You now have seen longer term impacts of that policy. I think what will be critical for the government is to come across the price point, and determining the price point is going to be a very important measure in sort of making sure that the integration, as Mr. Velmurugan pointed out, is going to be critical. And then the second thing that I think the government should very seriously consider is the integration of two-wheelers. Two-wheelers are a significant part of the problem. And we still do not have 100% electrification or electric transport in the two-vehicle segment. That would be critical, integrating that.
I think those are several important points you've made, because many a times it's also pointed out that making, say, metro ticket prices cheaper and sort of incentivizing people to switch to public transport, that is also important. But I think the point you're making, a good interim measure, certainly. But Mr. Kukreja, come in on this point. Do you see this move, in a sense, significantly helping in streamlining traffic, particularly during peak hours? Because, I mean, during the office hours, it's almost a nightmare to, say, travel from Delhi to the adjoining areas. And it's impossible for people to commute. I mean, it takes almost 2 to 3 hours if you want to go from Delhi to Gurgaon during the peak office hours. But, the larger question of streamlining the capital traffic, do you see this move significantly impacting that?
So, Vedant, thank you. And I'm going to give a different perspective from what the 2 other panelists have
Sure.
offered. Because I feel that, if I will take a parallel of a human body. You have a terrible health problem and you're, let's say, bleeding, having internal bleeding. You go about putting band-aids from one part of the body to another. That's not going to solve the problem. Our city is becoming, Delhi is becoming increasingly unlivable, and we all realize that. And I personally think that these kind of measures, in the short term, yes, it appears, I'm only going to concede that it appears it could be a good solution, but frankly not. First of all, if you're comparing with the success of London, London's morphology and Delhi, they're 2 very differently planned cities. So I don't see the comparison being that appropriate. The second aspect is that, on the one side, in our thriving democracy, we offer freebies. We make unauthorized colonies authorized. We go about, offering other freebies during elections. And then to a hardworking middle class, which a lot of majority is on fringe of a budget. They work on tight budgets monthly. You keep adding these kind of additional expenses. What are we trying to do here? I would rather say that we need to look at the problem in a more holistic manner. First of all, we all know that the surface area of roads, the length of roads in Delhi is more than any other city in India. But how many of these roads are actually effectively used? There is congestion because there is bad traffic management.
Yes.
There are cars which are parked in the middle of the road, and so on and so on. I think we all know the behavior of traffic discipline in Delhi is probably the worst in the country. So I would say if we could have solved these issues, automatically that same mathematical surface area that we have of roads would have resulted in a much better traffic circulation. Now, when we come to about, traffic coming from NCR into the city and you want to tax them, well, either give more job opportunities on the fringes. Let's have our National Capital Region NCR Planning Board work effectively. It's been around for a couple of decades. What have they done to solve this problem? That needs to be looked at. And even within the city, I would say that we need to have better public transport. We all know how much, how unsafe our women and children feel in the city.
Sure.
So I appreciate the Delhi Metro expanding its network, but the last mile connectivity is still not a successful measure implemented. If we can do that, why would somebody waste their money driving single to their office, one person driving in a car? They would love to take the public transport, but we need to improve our public transport.
Absolutely. I think that's a critical point, and you've
there.
made several important points. And Ms. Osho, would you like to respond to what Mr. Kukreja said about emulating, a model that, that Western countries have adopted, given the fact that the entire geography, so to speak, as far as the capital is concerned, is very different, say, from a London or a Stockholm?
No, absolutely. And Mr. Kukreja, while I agree with you that, these are two different parts of the world that I'm comparing, India is very ambitious and wants to become a superpower. So if you're not able to solve for some basic challenges, and as I mentioned earlier, the challenges that you are pointing out and the solutions that you're pointing out to, they require a long time, a long period. We have seen what happened with the CAQM. We have seen what the Delhi's air pollution condition is, and this is just before Diwali. It's going to go worse from where it is currently. So while I fully agree with you that those are the things that need to be implemented on a longer scale, currently in the near term, if we can have a congestion tax, absolutely. And as far as, the costing and the budgeting aspect that you're talking about, I fully agree with you. I think having the Delhi government work with experts and economists to figure out what is the right pricing, because we've also seen when the Motor Vehicles Act was revised for a higher amount of challan for speeding, jumping the red lights, there was a lot of pushback from the general public in Delhi and so on and so forth. But we've also seen that a higher price reduced that number of challan. Having two-wheelers, which I completely agree with you, is not that well off a section of society using the two-wheelers, but two-wheelers unfortunately, form a significant amount of emissions and PM 2.5.
Yes.
I would say let's do a cost-benefit analysis. Let's say we do the amount of money a family or a household is going to be spending on adding this extra tax to their monthly expenditure versus the hospital bills that are now emanating from children as young as 10 years old going to hospitals. In the interim, this is where we need to be. And yes, we don't have to follow what London has done. Absolutely not. But that is a good example for us to understand what were the economics that were involved. London itself was also extremely polluted at one point in time.
So Mr. Kukreja, a quick response from you, and then I bring in Mr. Velumurugan. The point that Ms. Osho is also making, that this is an emergency that we're dealing with. It's a medical emergency, and we need whatever we can to, in a sense, curb the menace of pollution that we face on a yearly basis now.
So I will say here, I agree with Zarin. I don't completely disagree. The problem that I see is that, we lack, unfortunately, the discipline. The moment we will implement a policy and we see even small results out of it, we are going to get content. When I say we, I mean the authorities that are coming up with these policies. And the danger that I see there is complacency. The fact of the matter is we need to address these issues more holistically. And my personal feeling still remains that those people who are going to be spending money, and they are spending so much money on petrol and coming in a private car or a two-wheeler, given a choice, I'm sure they wouldn't want to do that anyways. But let's give them that healthy, safe choice. We need to have better public transport. We need to have that integration of ticketing, which was just mentioned, and many other aspects which allow people to come to work in a better manner. Unless we do that, you're again burdening them. First, they are paying for this gasoline, which anyway they are not that happy about, and now they are going to pay a congestion tax also. So my worry is that, yes, it's a good solution, but if we take it as a permanent solution, then that's the sad part, which we often end up doing. The simpler thing for me would be increase the challans. When people are not disciplined, they are the ones who need to pay, not the poor middle class who is, unnecessarily being taxed more.
Okay.
Might have better traffic management of the roads. Why are cars just parked in the middle of the road, or, markets crowded in that manner? Let's provide parking infrastructure. Why are multi-level car parks lying empty and cars parked on the street, etc.?
In fact, that larger issue of infrastructure and looking at our road infrastructure and planning, I think that's extremely important. And Mr. Velumurugan, come in on this, because, when our authorities look at the road infrastructure as well, well, our emphasis a lot is on, say, flyovers, and the myth is that more flyovers will reduce the traffic burden. But the fact is that it will attract more personalized vehicles, and that's what many studies have pointed out as well. So, would you say that our government needs to perhaps look at some sort of an overhaul in terms of understanding our road infrastructure, particularly in metro cities?
Yeah, that is really an important issue which you flagged. Actually speaking, if you see Delhi's road network compared to the many of the metropolitan cities across the world, even including next to Tokyo, it is in terms of their road length, 33,000 kilometers of road length, and which includes actually many such about 1,800 kilometers of major road network. So what it provides is, it is giving you options for a commuter to have alternative routes, which is possible only in Delhi as compared to many other cities. Whether you go to Mumbai, Bangalore, you don't get that luxury. So considering that fact, we should not be only thing, as was pointed out by two our experts, it is a solution which has to be done with a lot of caution. At the same time, this kind of solutions are expected to be implemented on certain corridors where there is a possibility of alternative routes are available. People can use it. And also integration of the other measures is very essential, including the parking, metered parking has to be there at that corridors where you are implementing, so that people will be discouraged from using their own vehicle. And if you have a good public transport made available, along with that thing, there will be some tendency for carpooling will happen, and that is one thing government is also contemplating, I'm told. So that is an important thing which need to be done. So you cannot say that after the fund collection, I will be doing the measures.
Sure.
You need to do some basic good improvement measures in the ground before going for congestion tax.
I think that's an important point. And before I get to the pollution aspect also and bring in Zerin, quickly, Mr. Kukreja, on our public transport ecosystem, that's something that you briefly touched upon earlier as well. We need a relook at that as well, given the fact that, many have also pointed out simple things like, having paratransit, having more footpaths, plus, of course, making public transport more pro-people. I think that is also extremely important, and transforming, in a sense, that entire ecosystem to make sure there is lesser burden on the roads.
Absolutely, Vedant. You've pointed out very good ideas there. And I would say that, this whole aspect of public transport needs to be looked at holistically. By the way, when we were talking about London implementing this congestion tax, what they in parallel did was they increased their bus fleet by a third. 33% increase in bus fleet, only then it worked very well. But yes, in terms of holistic public transport, I would say this integration of metro with what I've been saying since a long time, the last mile connectivity, that it should be easy for me to, let's say, ride a bicycle from my house to the metro station, park my bicycle there and take the metro almost to work, or again, use another cycle to get there. We need to have dedicated cycle tracks. We need to have other means of transport, the integration of buses and the ticketing, which was mentioned between buses and metro needs to be done. So there are many such aspects that need to be done. Why, I would just say that we introduced BRT. We took it as an inspiration from Bogota in Colombia.
So I think that's an important point you're making, that this cannot be seen as an isolated measure. The infrastructure has to evolve with it as well. Zerin Osho, the last word to you quickly, because there is this sort of complete lack of understanding. Many would say that it's stubble burning that contributes the most to the pollution here in the national capital, and that you'll have these anti-smog guns and these smog towers, but they have little effect on curbing pollution, because we do not have that understanding that it's vehicular pollution also that contributes more than 25% to Delhi's pollution. So we need to tackle that at the source level, and that is what should be the priority of the Delhi government.
Absolutely. And, what Mr. Kukreja is saying is absolutely where I am coming from. I'm in full agreement with him. I think what I'm trying to drive home, the point that I'm trying to drive home here is, we are in the middle of a climate crisis.
Yes.
The air in Delhi is unbreathable. There are people, younger folks who are young parents, first-time parents, they are forced to leave Delhi and move to other cities around the country because they do not want their kids to be subjected to Delhi's air. These have long-term impacts on the growth of the national capital. In the interim, we need to have measures that slowly move the needle on all of these areas that would be ideal. The infrastructure development, having dedicated bicycle paths, last mile transportation, absolutely. But what needs to be done now is to cut hospital bills, is to cut the number of people that are leaving Delhi, and not just Delhi. This is true for all major cities in India. You cannot have your jobs be in places like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, and the traffic not moving. I mean, and also there needs to be something said about cultural change.
Yes.
The time I travel in Bangalore, there is a higher acceptability of executives, CEOs wanting to go to work on a bicycle. You try that in Delhi. It's unacceptable. I don't know if anybody else has, but I personally do not have an example to cite when it comes to higher earning executives in big multinational companies or the government.
But then again, that's
for that
also a
matter.
lot to do with, of course, cultural change, yes, but how much of our infrastructure is actually supporting that sort of change? I think that's also important, isn't it, Zerin?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm saying all of this goes hand in hand.
Yes.
But currently, given the situation we find ourselves in, starting with something that can drive a longer term change is the right way. If you are going to tax somebody, and I fully agree with Mr. Kukreja, this is not the problem of the people. This is something that should have been thought out much before infrastructure was being developed.
Yes.
But currently, the situation we find ourselves in, this is a good interim step to take forward with the longer term intention of electrifying transport.
I think that's a good note to perhaps end the discussion on, that it's a welcome interim measure, but we need to look at more long-term solutions because this problem will not be solved with these isolated measures. Thanks very much, Mr. Kukreja, Mr. Velmurugan, and Zerin Osho for being with us on the show this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And well, before we slip into a break, we'll leave you with these visuals of the Dussehra celebrations coming in from across India.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And well, it's the Sena versus Sena Dussehra face-off in Maharashtra ahead of the crucial assembly elections. The Prime Minister participates in Delhi's iconic Ram Leela festivities. This as President Murmu was also present at the Ram Leela celebrations. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat calls for Hindu unity on Dussehra, setting the tone for the Maharashtra assembly elections. In Delhi, the government mulls on tax on vehicles in the peak office hours.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
Sorrow, injuries, displacement, and this is all what we are witnessing here in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Civilians from the southern part of Lebanon who have been forced to leave their homes, not knowing what lies ahead for their future in Lebanon.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
Sorrow, injuries, displacement, and this is all what we are witnessing here in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Civilians from the southern part of Lebanon who have been forced to leave their homes, not knowing what lies ahead for their future in Lebanon.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
It's Sena versus Sena Dussehra face-off, the Dussehra clash ahead of the poll battle in the state. Prime Minister Modi participates in Delhi's iconic Ramleela festivities. India's tallest Ravan effigy revealed at the Ramleela Maidan. RSS Chief calls for Hindu unity. Mohan Bhagwat echoes Modi's Hindu unity pitch. He says Hindus must stay united. Being weak is a crime. In Delhi, a tax on vehicles in peak hours is likely. The Delhi government may impose congestion tax. The vehicle tax to cut Delhi traffic is a likely move. Hello and welcome. You're watching Left, Right and Centre, the weekend edition. I'm Vedanta Agarwal. Well, our big focus on the show this evening. In his Dussehra address, the RSS chief seems to have set the BJP's poll agenda for the crucial Maharashtra elections, reiterating what the Prime Minister said just days ago in Mumbai. Well, Mohan Bhagwat has called for Hindu unity, positioning the saffron fold in clear opposition to the India bloc's caste census pitch. With Hindutva back in the focus as the BJP's core ideology and the pitch for consolidation of all castes under one Hindu umbrella, the party is back to appealing to its principal vote bank. This, as a chorus for the caste census grows within the opposition camp. On Left, Right and Centre tonight, we ask, with the return of the Hindutva politics, can the pitch for a cohesive Hindu bloc dent the opposition's caste card? Before I introduce my panel this evening, let's quickly take a look at what Mohan Bhagwat in fact had to say and the Congress's chief's reaction. Well, the Congress says that the RSS supports a party that believes in disunity.
आवश्यकता है मदद की विश्व भर के हिंदुओं की भारत के सरकार की सहायता उनको मिले ये उनकी आवश्यकता है कि दुर्बल रहना अपराध है हम अगर दुर्बल है असंगठित है तो उसका मतलब हम अत्याचार को निमंत्रण दे रहे हैं निमित्त कुछ नहीं चाहिए हम दुर्बल है ये निमित्त पर्याप्त है और इसलिए जहां कहीं भी हम हैं वहां संगठित रहना सशक्त रहना
ये करने वाले ही बांट रहे ना जो लोग देश में यूनिटी चाहते हैं वो पार्टी जो डिसयूनिटी चाहती है उस पार्टी को सपोर्ट करने वाले आप ही हैं भागवत जी ही हैं पहले कहां से शुरू करें संविधान बदलने से शुरू करें रिजर्वेशन निकालने से शुरू करें हिंदू मुसलमानों के बारे में अलग अलग बात की
Let me introduce my panel this evening. Mr. Anupam of the Congress is with me in studio. Anish Gawande, national spokesperson of the NCP, is also with us. Also, Sanjay Gupta, leader of the Shiv Sena UBT, is with us. Tuhin Sinha, national spokesperson of the BJP, and Praful Ketkar, editor of Organizer Weekly. Thanks all very much for being with us. Tuhin Sinha, let me begin with you, in fact. What the Congress chief said was interesting. While, of course, you talk about this sort of social engineering, this unity pitch, where is the unity, many would say? Because you are also doing exactly the same thing. I mean, the consolidation of the non-dominant castes seems to be the BJP's playbook. I mean, that's what we saw play out in Haryana as well. So where is this unity that, the Prime Minister spoke
good evening,
of
Vedant. Good evening.
several days ago, and the RSS chief also echoed sentiment.
Good evening, Vedant. Good evening, everybody. A very happy Dussehra to all of you. You know, the RSS point of view has always been very clear. From the time of its inception in 1925, it has believed that a Sanghathit Hindu Samaj is the key to a Sanghathit Indian society. And it believes that the onus, the primary onus for setting the nation's agenda lies upon the Hindu society. So that's precisely what Adharniya Mohan Bhagwatji echoed today. When it comes to unity, I don't know what figures you were mentioning from Haryana, because, you know, I think Haryana is a typical example of a complete rejection of Congress party. Even the core Jat votes, which Congress had been banking upon, did not go in entirety to it. But that does not mean that we played any form of a divisive card. In fact, you know, en masse, we have got votes from all sections of society. How else would, after being in power for 10 years, our vote share go up by a good 4% and the seats by 15 seats? So I don't think we have any way been divisive in our approach. Rather, we have always believed in unity. And, you know, like in this aspect, what RSS thinks and what we think is fairly similar. We too believe that a consolidated, united Hindu Samaj is essential for the future of the country. And, you know, he also spoke about many other things. Ultra-wokeism.
But Tuhin, before I bring in the Congress spokesperson to respond to that, this sort of very overt appeal to, Hindutva, as it were. Particularly after what the Prime Minister said during the Lok Sabha campaign as well, which was seen by many as a communal remark. Would you say that this is an appeal, in a sense, to consolidate what has been your principal vote bank? Because many have pointed out that the BJP's arc has expanded, but you're now returning to your principal vote bank.
No, BJP has always been consistent in its approach. If it was not emphasized enough during Lok Sabha elections, maybe it lost in the clutter of many different issues that were there. Primarily developmental issues, but this has always been, cultural nationalism has always been a forte. But if you just look, if you just look at some of the other things which Mohan Bhagwatji said, whether it is, against wokeism, whether it is against cultural Marxism, or whether it is something as beautiful as, the Valmiki Parv going beyond the Valmiki Bastis and being celebrated by all Hindus, I don't think why Congress should have any problem with these things. The Congress today is fundamentally, by showing its aversion, by showing its hatred for RSS, it shows its hatred for nation building.
Let me get Anupam to respond to that, because before we come to the caste consolidation aspect and whether that will sort of yield political dividends, because that hasn't been the case in Haryana, but what the point that Tuhin is making about this sort of the politics of appeasement, which has been long discussed, and that has been a charge against your party, and this sort of pussyfooting around issues, as many would say, as Tuhin is also pointing out. How do you respond to that?
So, Vedanta, first of all, a very happy Vijay Dashmi to you and all your and everyone on the panel. So, the topic of discussion today is the statement made by Mr. Bhagwat on Hindu unity. And in fact, Vedanta, I don't think there is a question of a debate on this issue. I don't see any opposition to. Of course, there should be Hindu unity. Of course, we should all remain united. Of course, there should be Sikh unity. There should be Muslim unity. Biharis should be united. Gujaratis should be united. Everyone in my village should remain united. There is no problem at all in someone remaining united. The question here is, united for what? Is it to preserve our pluralism, our diversity? Is it to safeguard the idea of India? Or is there an undertone as to united to have a fight with someone? That is the real question. There is no debate, no contradiction in Hindus being united and having a caste census. There is no contradiction at all.
No, but many would say that by calling for a caste census, you are essentially not looking at a united Hindu Samaj, as it were, because as the Prime Minister has also pointed out, that you don't talk about, say, the Shias or the Sunnis or the various sects within the Muslims, and why sort of this emphasis on enumerating on the basis of caste?
This is Vedanta, a factually wrong understanding. So even in the caste census, of Bihar, you see, there is caste enumeration, in fact, among Muslims.
Yes.
So there is no question of talking of caste only in the Hindu community. And as far as the official formal position of BJP goes, you should ask the BJP spokesperson, are they against caste census or are they for caste census? In case if they are for caste census, then there is no debate at all. It is good, very welcome. They are on our agenda. We want caste census in the country, and I hope RSS as well as the BJP is also on that same line. There is no question of a debate. As far as unity is concerned, we are for Hindu unity.
We are for your quick response to that, and then I'll bring in my other guests. Yes.
Well, not only the BJP, even the RSS has made its stand on the caste census very clear. We don't believe there should be any politics over it. In principle, we are in favor of it, but we are against the Congress chicanery on the issue. We are against the Congress deceptiveness on the issue. You know, when they do a caste census in Chhattisgarh or Karnataka, but don't have the moral courage to make it public, that shows that they have basically fudged data. You know, you need to remember that in the 2011 caste survey, there were 8.19 crore errors and 1.5 crore out of those errors still remain unaddressed. That is one of the reasons why caste census have been delayed. But in principle, we have never opposed it. I think the Congress should know this.
You are not opposing caste census.
So Tuhin's point essentially is that, you know, it's only for logistical reasons, perhaps administrative reasons,
of course, that can be
why
corrected.
caste census
So
is being delayed. And in principle,
there is no in
BJP
principle opposition. It's a
No,
very
but we
welcome
have-
thing. I want this
the entire
official position
argument
of the
to
BJP
the entire
spokesperson
argument
to go.
to him that you know the Congress is opposed to Hindu unity sort of stems from the idea that you are opposing caste census. Anyway, let me also bring in Anish Gawande of the NCP, who's joining us at this point as well. Anish, how do you look at this entire caste conundrum and the issue of identity, which certainly has taken center stage when it comes to Maharashtra? I mean, what we saw in Haryana, many have drawn, you know, very many parallels between Haryana and Maharashtra as well in terms of the caste arithmetic, in terms of the issue of identity. We of course have seen the Maratha quota reservation issue is far from over, but many could also say that the non-Marathas may rally behind the BJP like the non-Jats did in Haryana.
Vedant, firstly, thank you for having me on your show. It's lovely to be here for the first time, and to everyone, a very happy Vijayadashmi. You know, I think the question that was raised by the Congress panelist before me is incredibly important. That is the call for Hindu unity one of inclusion or exclusion. In Maharashtra, you are seeing the sort of BJP on the back foot because it is unable to provide justice to various communities that come under the Hindu fold. For months now, Dhangar communities have been protesting across the state. You in fact had one of their own government ministers, Narhari Zirwal, jump from the assembly in a stunt into a net to sort of protest against the lack of Dhangar reservation. And this Dhangar community is the same one that Ahilyabai Holkar belongs to, who Mohan Bhagwat ji referred to several times in his speech today, and whose 300th birth anniversary it is today. So when this call for Hindu unity arises, is it only a smokescreen? Is Hindu-Muslim sort of is the Hindu-Muslim debate only remembered when the BJP has no other issues to talk about? Is this sort of call for Hindu unity one that washes over their track record on inflation, corruption, and unemployment? These are the difficult questions to ask today. And when you ask about non-Maratha consolidation, let me remind you that the opposition has been consistent that there are 5 communities that need justice in Maharashtra today: Dhangar, Muslim, Maratha, Lingayat, and Bhatkya NDTV. So we have consistently been raising this question of unity, of justice for various communities, but there's only been a smokescreen offered in response.
I think
there needs to be a real answer.
Yes. Tuhin Sinha, come in on this point because these are fair points. If you look at what happened in the Lok Sabha polls as well, the Prime Minister made that rather distasteful Mangal Sutra remark multiple times over in the Hindi heartland, and it clearly backfired. Many would say that, you know, the people of, the states that have been extremely critical to the BJP, whether it's Uttar Pradesh or Maharashtra, have rejected this idea of a sort of Hindu unity, and Hindu unity for what really? I mean, if the BJP pitching itself as a sort of a party of the Hindus against, perhaps so-called secular forces, this idea has been rejected by the electorate, many would say.
First, just to correct you, the Prime Minister made the reference only once, and that too when on umpteen occasions Rahul Gandhi would call for an X-ray of wealth. So,
that remark was made twice at least, I remember.
Just to ask him for, that was used as an analogy basically to make Rahul Gandhi explain what he really meant by a wealth extra. But anyway, there are other speakers also. I'll just make a brief point. We only have a problem with the caste obsessiveness of Rahul Gandhi, where he does not even spare the Agni scheme. And he makes absurd remarks like, the officers would be made, people from higher caste would be made officers and those from the lower caste would be made Agniveers. And he was reprimanded by the election commission because these were made right in the middle of elections. We have a problem with him, desperately trying to divide Miss India contestants with his caste obsessiveness. And if we go... If we go ahead with such a logic, tomorrow you will be expected to, find out the caste of your friend, a potential friend, before accepting him as your friend. And this is what divides the Hindu society. We have a problem with this madness, this obsessiveness. But I repeat, we have never opposed a caste survey for healthy reasons.
I think I'll get the Congress spokesperson to respond to that. But Sanjay Gupta is also with us, leader of the Shiv Sena UBT. Sanjay ji, एक बात बताइए. कई लोग ये भी कहेंगे कि महाराष्ट्र हो चाहे हिंदी हार्टलैंड की कोई भी पार्टी हो, एक सॉफ्ट हिंदुत्व कार्ड तो सब खेलते हैं. आपकी पार्टी में भी बहुत लोगों का, आपके critics, the naysayers would say that you have also time and again played the soft Hindutva card. In fact, your party, many would say, was a much more hardliner Hindutva party, in the years of its inception and the years that followed, even more so than the BJP.
देखिए, हमारे हिंदुत्व पर सवाल उठाने वाले तो बीजेपी के लोग हैं जिनके साथ अब हमारा गठबंधन नहीं रहा. लेकिन अगर हम मुद्दों की बात, तो क्या हमने राम मंदिर के मुद्दे को छोड़ा? क्या हमने धारा 370 के मुद्दे को छोड़ा? क्या हमने किसी और के साथ गठबंधन होने के बावजूद भी क्या हमने वीर सावरकर जी के खिलाफ बोलना शुरू किया? हमने उनका समर्थन ही किया है. और ये बटेंगे तो कटेंगे. और जिस तरह से अभी मोहन भागवत जी ने जो चिंता व्यक्त की है, वो बिल्कुल सही चिंता व्यक्त किया. और योगी जी ने भी बिल्कुल सही चिंता व्यक्त किया. बीजेपी को ये देखने की जरूरत है कि किस तरह से अब वो अपने संगठन को ठीक रखें. क्योंकि जिस तरह से बीजेपी अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी ने कहा कि अब हमें आरएसएस की जरूरत नहीं है, जिस तरह से बीजेपी में आज योगी जी को साइडलाइन करने की कोशिश की जाती है, तो ये बटना और कटना तो इनको अपनी पार्टी को ठीक करना है. और ये देश तो लोकतांत्रिक है और हिंदू राष्ट्र ही है, क्योंकि इस देश के अंदर लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया है और हिंदू बहुल है हमारे देश के अंदर. और हिंदू ये डिसाइड करते हैं कि किस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की सरकार रहेगी. तो मौखिक रूप से उस चीज को कहना और ना कहना, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. हमारा देश हिंदू राष्ट्र ही है और बटने और कटने की चिंता बीजेपी अपनी पार्टी में करे. और हमारे हिंदुत्व पर, अगर हमें हिंदुत्व पर रहना है तो हम हिंदुत्व पे हैं. अगर हम हिंदुत्व पे नहीं रहेंगे तो हम बोल देंगे.
It's factually incorrect to say that we are a Hindu Rashtra. But Anish, I see you are smiling. Would you like to respond to what your ally is saying here?
No, I think the Shiv Sena spokesperson here is very intelligent because he's countering the BJP using the language they understand. See, Vedant, today the BJP is confused.
No, but isn't that the charge, Anish, against you guys as well? That, you play the soft Hindutva card when you fall... Okay, yes, go ahead, yeah.
No, because I think the reality is you saw the Prime Minister had to resort to that Mangal Sutra comment when they did not know how to counter the groundswell of public sort of opinion against them in Maharashtra. Today, the same thing is happening once again. Nitesh Rane is making statements left, right and center in the state. There are BJP sort of members creating this sort of Hindu-Muslim divide. They don't know what else to turn to. And so the only way to answer them is by saying, "Ha, Baba, chalo, karo tum Hindu." Today is Vijayadashmi. There have been like 4 Dussehra rallies today. I'm sure all of you have covered them. What is the narrative of Hindu Khatre mein hai? What is this narrative of cultural Marxist, wokist? These are statements that are being thrown around that people are laughing at. And like the Shiv Sena spokesperson, I think we've also started laughing at them because you can't take them seriously. Because the voters have rejected them. And now the people of India will reject them as well. Because it's simply absurd to call for these grand notions of Hindu unity when there's no threat to Hindu unity anywhere. This is an imagined threat for an imagined problem when there are hundreds of real challenges facing this country, facing Maharashtra, that the people of the state have voted for in the Lok Sabha elections and will vote for in the Vidhan Sabha elections.
Tuhin, your quick response to that, and then I get in the...
No, the opposition is laughing after the Haryana defeat. Good luck to them. They don't have a pulse of the people, and that's why they lost Haryana, a state which they were supposed to win. But anyway, I think it is the Congress party which should explain the Uddhav Sena's remark that India is a Hindu Rashtra.
Yes.
The Congress party is fine with it. Why should it go about with its balkanization attempts?
Anupam, would you like
So
to come in
I'll
on that?
actually make
It's
an
rather
interesting-
startling, though, that you had an Uddhav Sena person say that we are a Hindu Rashtra, and the BJP should sort of look at it, putting
The
its own
NCP
house
is flexible. It is fine with anything. So, but I think the Congress should explain.
its own house in
In
order
fact,
before
I'll
it.
make
Yes.
an interesting observation, Vedant. In 2014, when Mr. Modi came to power, riding on various economic promises, 2 crore jobs, black money, economy, clean Ganga, etc., etc., अच्छे दिन, उस वक्त ना it wasn't the narrative that Hindu खतरे में है in 2014. In fact, the interesting and ironic part is, the more you vote BJP, the more khatra Hindu comes in. Hindu khatre mein aur zyada ho. And now when we are in 2024 and BJP has been in power at the center for the last 10 years, so the narrative of Hindu khatre mein hai has become
I take your
larger.
point. I take your point
So,
that there are larger issues of inflation,
जितना BJP
unemployment
को वोट दो,
that
उतना
we need
ज़्यादा
to
हिंदू
look at.
खतरे में आ
But very
जाता है.
quickly, before I bring in Praful ji, very quickly, would you agree at the outset with what the Uddhav Sena person said?
Of course not. Of course not. We have an ideological position about the country. It is factually incorrect that India is a Hindu Rashtra. It is a secular country, and Shiv Sena has had a position on this issue, and there is no issue about it.
Okay. Before Sanjay ji, before you respond to that, Praful, quickly, I'm interested in understanding from an expert point of view. Do you see this Hindu unity pitch paying some sort of political dividends in Maharashtra? Because many have sort of drawn these parallels between what happened in Haryana and what could potentially happen in Maharashtra. But the caste politics in Maharashtra is much more intricate and complicated than Haryana. But, at the outset, what do you see? Do you see this sort of Hindu unity pitch first by the Prime Minister in his sort of inaugural poll speech in Maharashtra talking about Hindu unity, then the RSS chief echoing that sentiment on Dussehra? Do you see this paying political dividends?
Vedant, I think besides politicians, the media people are equally responsible for creating caste features. You never bothered, Anish, to ask, you are mentioning four caste communities, why are you mentioning Muslim or religious community? Are you talking about Sayyid Muslims or Pasmanda Muslims? So we are equally responsible, and that's why you are making this mistake of limiting Sarsanghchalak Mohan Bhagwat's speech to Maharashtra polls. I would like to see it in larger context. One organization that started in 1925 is entering into its 100th year. And every year, Sarsanghchalak customarily takes a stock of the global situation, the national situation, and what should we do as a society. So if you are seeing it just as a Hindu society in political terms, you are making a big mistake, because there is a larger message for everybody. Every community, every political party. He never even mentioned in this. He started by saying the individual and national character. Then he talked about the global mission. I'm really surprised. Person like Anish Davande is laughing at the issues of cultural Marxism and wokeism. But these are the real issues that are being talked even in the West. And what he was basically talking, what is the point, have you ever discussed why Mr. Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, going to South India and talking against the North Indians? He's fighting in both the sides. So linguistic, caste-based, isn't it a fact that in last, just a month and a half back, there have been 29 attacks on Ganesh festival procession. Isn't it a fact that in Bangladesh, Hindus have been attacked consistently since 1947, and the numbers have dwindled from 30% to around 7-8%. So he just spoke about the facts. So it is not about what he said that we should be careful. There will be politics. There will be political interest. But beyond that, we should learn to celebrate festivals together. We should go beyond. And he didn't even mention what he said, virtuous strength. Yes. Virtuous strength of an organized society is a guarantee for peace and development. What is wrong in this? What is
so
wrong
you are
in this?
reading
Why we are
it. You are reading it largely as perhaps an apolitical speech.
Problem? No, not just apolitical. You know, limiting RSS point of view to politics itself is problematic for me, simply because once, you know, it was asked to Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, why don't you send your, give pracharas to other political parties? And he said,
so that's an interesting point of view as well. But Anish, come in on this, because I think the point Prafulji made about social engineering, aren't all parties equally guilty, in sort of relying heavily on this sort of social engineering? I mean, what happened with Baba Siddiki, of course, we saw he joined Ajit Pawar's NCP. And of course, whether it's ticket distribution, whether it's setting the larger poll narrative, all parties are equally guilty of looking at Hindus, say, as a coalition of castes and Muslim as sort of a religious entity. You know, that is sort of a fundamental mistake, as Prafulji pointed out.
You know, at the very outset, I'd like to say that I take your point, Prafulji, and you're a very senior journalist, and so I take what you say with great sort of consideration. What you've pointed out, Vedant, is the reality of society as it stands today, right? I think in the sort of RSS Chief statement, there was a veiled critique of the government of the day as well. That if you have to see the Vijayadashmi speech as just a sort of cultural one and not a political one, you have to ignore the ground realities that we have just come out of a Lok Sabha election and are heading into a Vidhan Sabha election. So most certainly this was a political speech and has political ramifications. On the question of why these are sort of subcategorizations that get seen with a Hindu identity and don't get seen with a Muslim identity, there's a history to this. There's a sort of series of commissions that have sat on this to argue for the social and economic backwardness of Muslims that have presented reports to the effect that have been taken into consideration while deciding on things like Muslim reservation. The BJP's own alliance partner, Chandrababu Naidu, has this in his state. So they have such a large problem with our party doing this in Maharashtra, they should ask questions of their own alliance partners. These are longer historical trends. To trivialize them and say, oh, you're doing caste here, but you're not doing religion there, and you're doing Muslim here, but you're doing XYZ here. These are not things that have come up in the last 5 years. These are long-standing demands that have been carefully considered, that have gone through processes of judicial and administrative review, and have come up before a government by citizens. You know, Supriya Dai has always been saying that you need to have a comprehensive overview of all reservations that exist and various demands pending by communities across the country. The reality is that governments have failed to do this.
Prafulji, last 20 seconds to you. I'm afraid I'm completely running out of time. Go ahead.
Yeah, Anish, unfortunately, the same comprehensive review argument was made by Mr. Mohan Bhagwat, and it was interviewed to me. And you completely played it around that RSS wants to take it back. That is, you know, again, the politics apart. You are making a factually wrong statement that there is, again, the reservation to Muslims is for Muslim OBC.
Okay.
It is not a community-based. All religious reservations constitutionally didn't stand in the argument, and therefore the caste-based reservation has been created. So don't make these such arguments. But the point
of course,
is, Mr. Sharad
there are
Pawar was
various
sitting
ways
there.
of looking at it. So I wouldn't say it's a factually wrong statement there, but thanks very much, gentlemen. We'll have to wrap it up there, given the fact that this is, of course, something it's a complex debate. You know, of course, caste and identity, they have taken center stage, and they have been at the center stage as far as our election discourse is concerned for years now. That is, unfortunately, the travesty of Indian elections. But it is certainly going to be interesting to see how this plays out in Maharashtra, whether there's going to be a repeat of what happened in Haryana and Maharashtra. Many would point out there are many differences, but the poll bugle has been sounded in Maharashtra, and it's going to be an interesting few weeks ahead. That's all the time that we have on Left, Right and Centre this evening. Thanks so much for watching. Good night.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. a touch of love.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
Sorrow, injuries, displacement, and this is all what we are witnessing here in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Civilians from the southern part of Lebanon who have been forced to leave their homes, not knowing what lies ahead for their future in Lebanon.
I don't ever know songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NDTV's flagship series, India Through the Eyes of Its Icons. And today's icon is also a legend, a self-made legend who actually had no godfather and never actually needed one once he found his own steps. Mithun Chakraborty, welcome to NDTV. Thank you very much for sparing time.
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Let me begin by asking you, how do legends like you define success? आपके लिए success का मतलब क्या है?
I think any success that matter, any history that matter, without pain there is no history. Without pain there is no success. To me, I've gone through hell. So today, after getting this award, I think that God has summed up. He said, lot of pain I've given you, with interest I'm giving you back.
तो ये तो सर इस अवार्ड की बात हुई. I mean, this is just one. Actually, आपके जैसे legendary actor, legendary आदमी के करियर में ये एक और इसे एक तरह से मेडल मान लेते हैं. बड़ा अवार्ड है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा अवार्ड तो लोगों ने आपको दिया. आपने जहाँ से स्ट्रगल करी, जैसा आपने कहा यू हैव गॉन थ्रू हेल, जहाँ से स्ट्रगल करी और जिस मुकाम पे आप पहुँचे, बहुत ही चुनिंदा लोग होते हैं जीवन में जो इतना लंबा रास्ता तय करते हैं.
Yes, sir, that's true. Almost 50 years now, more than 350 films. मेरी first film में I got national award.
Yes, you are still a record holder on that count. Debut movie, national film award.
Yes. So,
debut movie.
Yes. So, but that didn't give me any help because that time national award means film line में कुछ बड़ी बात नहीं थी. ठीक है, मिल गया. But I thought I got Oscar. You know, and for that my attitude changed, my everything changed. You know, I used to think that I'm Al Pacino and I used to sit like this, talk like this. प्रोड्यूसर सोचता था ये है कौन, या मारो लात इसको निकालो, तो सब निकाल दिया. फिर I realized कि I'm making a mistake. It's not that. So then the struggle begins again to get some foothold in the commercial cinemas. Then by chance, destiny, Mr. Chinnappa Devar came and he offered me a film, female-based, Rameshwari Talluri as the heroine, Mera Rakshak, where the goat was actually hero. Used to make film on animals, you know. वो कुछ पिक्चर 10 वीक चली, तो थोड़ा सा अरे 10 वीक चली हीरो को, लेकिन उससे तो कुछ फ़ायदा नहीं हुआ ना. उससे जो लोगों को जो डर था ये ऐसे रंग का एक आदमी हीरो बनेगा, ये तो कुछ नामुमकिन सी बात है. तो पता ये रंग लेके क्या करोगे तुम, कुछ नहीं होगा. तो मैं भगवान से पूछता था कि भगवान कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि मेरा रंग चेंज हो जाए, तू मेरा रंग चेंज कर दे. लेकिन ऐसा हुआ नहीं. उसके बाद रवि नगाई साहब आए और मुझे ग्रैंडमास्टर G9 बॉन्ड फिल्म के लिए मुझे साइन किया. उस समय कुछ थोड़ा एक्शन दिखाया, डांस तो था ही, और वो पिक्चर हिट हो गई और मैं स्टार बन गया. लेकिन स्टार ऑफ वेरी सी ग्रेड स्टार. फिर उसके बाद उसी के सिक्वल बनी, वो भी चली. लेकिन देयर इज़ नो ब्रेक थ्रू ऑफ दो सी ग्रेड टू बी ग्रेड टू ए ग्रेड.
तो वो कैसे आया ब्रेक थ्रू?
देन केम डिस्को डांसर.
Oh, then came Disco Dancer, the mega blockbuster.
So that becomes a worldwide hit. So then I became a dancing star of India. Dancing star.
पूरे हिंदुस्तान को डांस सिखाया.
हाँ, बस वही जो डिस्को डांसिंग, उसमें भी लोग मजाक करते थे. वो भी जब पिक्चर बोली क्या डांसिंग है, उंगली कर रहा है ऊपर, किसको उंगली कर रहा है, इन ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ बैड थिंग्स. एंड फर्स्ट वीक में तो पिक्चर ने बोल दिया फ्लॉप, पर सेकेंड वीक से जो पिक्चर पकड़ी तो फिर 1 साल तक चली थी हैदराबाद में नॉन स्टॉप.
You have inspired generations of actors, dancers and filmmakers across regional cinema as well. Odia, Bengali, Tamil, Telugu. इतने सारे लोगों को आपने इंस्पायर किया है. आपको इस बात का एहसास कब हुआ कि आप इतने लोगों को इंस्पायर करते जा रहे थे अपने 50 साल के लंबे सफ़र में?
और एक बात ये भी कि एक आदमी जिसका कोई गॉडफादर नहीं है, जिसने अपने टैलेंट के दम पे तमाम दरवाजे खोले, किसी बड़े बाप की औलाद नहीं था वो आदमी, उसकी सक्सेस से तो तमाम लोगों को जो इंस्पिरेशन मिलती है वो नेक्स्ट लेवल है.
सर वो तो है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ रुकावट तो बहुत थी, क्योंकि ये लड़का जिस रफ्तार से आगे जा रहा था, बहुत तो रुकावट तो आएगी. तो रुकावट ऐसे आई कि हीरोइन को बोल दिया जाता था कि इसके साथ काम मत करो, तो करते भी नहीं थे. फिर किसी भी तरह कैसे भी कोई भी फिल्म मिल जाए, मैं बोला नहीं करना कि मेरे दिल में को ऐसे हारूंगा तो लड़ के हारूंगा, ऐसे नहीं हारूंगा मैं. तो वो एक बात तो थी. तो दोपहर वही जो काले रंग वाली बात है ना, वही बात मुझे बहुत दिमाग बहुत रोता था, बहुत ये सचमुच के बहुत रोता था कि भगवान ये कैसे तोड़ूँ मैं, कैसे हो सकता है. फिर एक दिन दिमाग में आया मैं तो डांस कर सकता हूँ, है ना. मैं डिस्को डांसर के पहले की बात कर रहा हूँ ये जो. तो मैंने कहा कि ऐसा मैं डांस करूँगा, पैरों से डांस करूँगा, हाथ से नहीं, पैरों से डांस करूँगा. लोग मेरी कलर को ना देखें, मेरे पैरों को देखें. और इसीलिए मेरे सारे डांस देखे कि मेरे पैरों के ऊपर ज़्यादा जोर दिया है. और वही हुआ, लोग मेरे पैर को देखने लगे, मेरे रंग को भूल गया और मैं हो गया सेक्सी डस्की बंगाली बाबू.
तो वो आपने जो है ये डिसाइड कर लिया कि डांस देखेगी दुनिया, रंग नहीं देखेगी.
यस.
ये बताइए मुझे कि जो हीरोइनों की बात आपने अभी करी कि कोई काम करने के लिए उनको मना कर देते थे, किस हीरोइन ने तोड़ा ये?
नहीं, ये एक्चुअली जिना तमान जी ने मेरे को सबसे ज़्यादा मदद की, क्योंकि 20 साहब एक पिक्चर बना रहे थे. उन्होंने तय कर लिया भाई मैं मिठुन ही मेरा हीरो है. तो वो गए जिना जी के पास, जिना जी को बोला जिना देखो एक लड़का है, आई थिंक ही इज़ वेरी गुड एक्सट्रीमली. तो दिनेश जी ने देखे बोला अरे ये तो इज़ अ वेरी हैंडसम लुकिंग बॉय एंड अच्छा काम करता है, डांस करता है, आई विल वर्क। वो जो उन्होंने तोड़ा, उसके बाद से सब बड़ी हीरोइनें साइन करने लग गए।
फिर आप मेन स्ट्रीम हो गए।
हाँ, तो इट्स लाइक आई हैव बीन एवर ग्रेटफुल टू दिनेश जी फॉर एवर।
तो एक फिल्म करिए जिन्हें तमान जी के साथ में अब।
हाँ, बहुत सारी।
अब करिए।
अब नहीं।
अब करिए।
हाँ,
थिंक अबाउट।
हाँ, आएगा तो क्यों नहीं, ज़रूर करेंगे।
So why don't you tell Zeenat Aman through NDTV that?
ओह हाँ, वो खुद बहुत शाई है, बहुत कम बात करती हैं। ऐसा नहीं कि जिन्होंने जी ऐसे फिल्म में, पर वैसे बहुत कम बात करती हैं। कोई कोई शो में मेरे साथ होते हैं तो जाने जी बहुत कम बात करती हैं।
और उसके बाद आपने पॉलिटिकल अपनी जर्नी भी शुरू की, जो साथ साथ चलती रही। हिंदुस्तान की जर्नी, आपकी करियर की जर्नी साथ साथ चलती रही। कोई ऐसा लम्हा या कोई ऐसा मौका आपको लगता है जो दोनों जर्नी मिलती है, कि मतलब जब हिंदुस्तान का एक डायरेक्शन बदल रहा था, आपका भी रवाना, मतलब आपकी भी डायरेक्शन
और आपका रोल भी था उसके अंदर।
देखिए पॉलिटिकल, अब जो जैसे बात की आपने राजनीति की, राजनीति मेरे ज्वाइन करने का एक ही मकसद है हर बार, कि मैं अपने बंगाल के गरीब लोगों के लिए कुछ करूं, मेरे पड़ोस के जो राज्य हैं उसमें करूं, सब जगह जहां गरीब लोग कुछ है ना, उनके लिए मैं कुछ करूं। और राजनीति वो एक जगह है जहां पावर मिलता है, जिससे आप जल्दी जल्दी काम कर सकोगे। ऐसे तो मैं खुद बहुत कुछ किया, मैं खाली बोलता नहीं हूँ, मैं पब्लिसिटी नहीं करता, लेकिन अगर रिकॉर्ड देखेंगे तो आप खुद हैरान हो जाएंगे कि इतना सब कुछ किया इस आदमी ने। लेकिन मैं बोलता नहीं हूँ, पब्लिसिटी नहीं करता कि दाएं हाथ को मालूम होना चाहिए, नहीं होना चाहिए बाएं हाथ ने क्या किया या बाएं ने किया दाएं, उसमें मैं बिलीव करता था। तो इसीलिए राजनीति ज्वाइन करने का सिर्फ एक मकसद है और कोई मकसद नहीं। ना मुझे कोई मंत्री बनना है, ना कुछ ये करना है, ना ये प्रधान बनना है, कुछ नहीं, नथिंग एक्सेप्ट दिस।
तो मिठुन दा, मैं आपसे एक ये आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क यू दिस, आपने, आपकी जो उम्र है और इस देश की जो आज़ादी की उम्र है ऑलमोस्ट सेम ही है। चूँकि हमारी सीरीज़ जो है वो ये है कि इंडिया थ्रू द आइज़ ऑफ इट्स आइकॉन्स, क्या बदलते देखा आपने इस देश में अपनी जवानी में, जब आप स्टार नहीं थे फिर आप स्टार बने, उसके बाद के दशकों में? हाउ डू यू सी इंडियाज़ ट्रेजेक्ट्री, इंडियाज़ ग्रोथ विद योर ओन आइज़?
आई थिंक इंडिया हैज़ ग्रोन लाइक मी। आई थिंक इंडिया भी तकलीफ़ों से बहुत बड़ा हुआ है। इंडिया कोई आसानी से इतनी बड़ी जगह जो आज वर्ल्ड में नाम बनाई है, तो इसने इतनी जल्दी आसानी से नहीं। He have gone through his own turmoil, and today is one of the biggest power in the world. I look at this India as my struggle through this. कि सब तकलीफों से बन के इधर आया है।
The prism remains the same. The prism of struggle.
Yes.
लेकिन आप ये भी तो मानते हैं ना, जो जलता है वही तप करके निकलता है।
हाँ, बट पूरा जलना नहीं चाहिए, पूरा जल के तो खाक हो जाएंगे। जलना उतना ही है जितना तापमान आपको बर्दाश्त करने के लायक बनाए।
लेकिन मिथुन दा, जब आप when you were growing as an artist, you must have been seeing lot of successes around you. तो उस वक्त आपको लगता था कि मैं इसकी तरह बनता, या आपने ये सोच लिया था मिथुन चक्रवर्ती रहेंगे?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं, मैं भी सोचता था। मुझे याद है अभी भी, मैं एक दिन रास्ते से जा रहा था महालक्ष्मी में, तो उसका एक पेट्रोल पंप, उसके ऊपर एक पोस्टर लगता था, तो मैं देखा ऋषि कपूर, नीतू सिंह जी उसकी फ़ोटो लगी है। तो मैं सोचता था एक दिन क्या आएगा कि मेरा फ़ोटो भी ऐसा लगेगा। फिर एक दिन आया, एक हमारा संसार पिक्चर बनाई, तो उसके मेरा हेड इतना बड़ा फ़ोटो एज ए हीरो आया। इंस्पायरिंग में तो था ही, क्योंकि मैं जिनके भी सक्सेस देखूं तो लगता था कि मुझे भी थोड़ा बहुत मिल जाता तो क्या ख़राबी होती। तो थोड़ा पैसा मिलता, एक घर बना लेता, माँ बाप को वो लेके आता, घर में रखता। और एक दिन आया टाइम कि घर लिया, माँ बाप को बुलाया कलकत्ता से इधर, सबको रखा एक साथ।
और महालक्ष्मी के सामने जो फेमस स्टूडियो है उसमें एक्टिंग भी की होगी आपने फिर उसके बाद?
हाँ, बहुत की, लेकिन थक भी जाता था क्योंकि काफ़ी लंबा था ना, साइंस से लेके महालक्ष्मी तक आना, श्री साउंड स्टूडियो जाना पैदल, क्योंकि एक टाइम का ही भाड़ा किसी तरह बचाता था बस का, तो एक टाइम तो आपको चलना ही पड़ता था।
सायन से महालक्ष्मी,
सायन से महालक्ष्मी, सायन से श्री साउंड स्टूडियो, और सायन से महालक्ष्मी में एक टाइम का भाड़ा, फिर ट्रेन में चढ़ के आधा मटुंगा आना, फिर वहाँ से भी चलना।
और उस स्ट्रगल के दिन क्या कोई साथी जिसको आप याद रखते हैं?
देखिए, दो आदमी तो मुझे याद ही आई। एक है गौतम गुहा, जिन्होंने मुझे रास्ते से उठाया, वो दुलाल गुहा साहब डायरेक्टर के बेटे थे, और विक्रम बंगेरा, जिन्होंने मुझे माटुंगा जिमखाना में मेंबरशिप दिलाया था, क्योंकि मुझे सोने की जगह नहीं थी, नहाने की जगह नहीं थी, तो किसी के छत पे सो गया। फिर विजय एक हॉस्टल था, तो एक दोस्त ने कहा तू 12 बजे के बाद आना और 4 बजे निकल जाना। तो 4 बजे निकलने के बाद वो जिम खाने के सामने खड़ा होता, जिम खाना खोलता था, वहाँ बाथरूम करता, दांत वाँत साफ कर, नहा के फिर रास्ते में। ये दो आदमी तो ज़िंदगी में कभी मैं भूल ही नहीं सकता।
आपकी जो एक्ट्रेसेस हैं उसमें कोई आइकॉनिक एक्ट्रेस जिनके साथ आपका इक्वेशन और रोल बहुत आपको आप रखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं सबके साथ ही एक दोस्ती का हाथ बढ़ा के ही चलता था, क्योंकि जो छोटे होते थे उनको मैं समझता था कि डर रही है, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा स्टार सामने खड़ा हुआ है, तो ज़्यादा दोस्ती करके सब उनके अंदर के इनोवेशन सब निकाल देता था दोस्ती करके, ताकि वो मेरे साथ इजी हो जाए, सब डांस करना। तो ये सब आई नेवर बीन अनफ्रेंडली टू एनीवन, सो नो चांस।
Disco Dancer changed your life, and in so many ways it changed Bollywood also, because it was a movie which for the first time dance described everything, dance took the center stage. So how do you see Disco Dancer as? क्या याद है आपकी Disco Dancer की सबसे?
वो भी तकलीफ, क्यों बी सुभाष जी ने बहुत तकलीफ से फिल्म बनाई हो, पर बी सुभाष जी हैज़ अ ट्रिमेंडस सेंस ऑफ म्यूज़िक। वो गाने का उनके सेंस बहुत ज़बरदस्त था, और बापी दाने में मदद की थी। एंड फिर माई डांसिंग भी, क्योंकि मैं खुद डांस करके वीडियो में टेप करके सुभाष जी को दिखाता था कि सुभाष जी ये करना, तो सुभाष जी बोलते येस यू डू दिस। तो इसी तरह ये सब डांस के जो, चाहे हो कृष्णा धरती पे आ जा तू, डिस्को डांसर हो, फिर ए ओ आ, ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ
जिमी भी,
जिमी ये सब ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग्स वी यूज्ड टू डू, पहले कर लेता था। पर सुभाष जी भी बहुत तकलीफ से पिक्चर बनाई, इतनी आसानी से नहीं बनी वो फिल्म, जो मेरे साथ चलता रहता है वो चलता रहा। फिर जब रिलीज़ हुई उसका पिक्चर ही कुछ डिफरेंट हो गया।
और उसके बाद जहाँ पर आप जाते थे तो आपको बोला जाता था डिस्को डांसर?
यस, अभी भी ऑल ओवर एशिया, ऑल ओवर all the USSR, Africa, even Turkey, anywhere. I mean, Turkey अगर एयरपोर्ट में भी मैं उतरता हूँ by transit, and you could see the reaction, you could make out.
But you've stayed relevant even in these times. जब बिग पिक्चर से OTT पे जो सफ़र शुरू हुआ उसमें भी आप रहे, ताशकंद फाइल्स में आप आए,
कश्मीर फाइल्स में हूँ, then बेस्ट सेलर में भी हूँ, लेकिन प्लस मैं फिल्मों में ही, बट OTT से ज़्यादा स्टिल भी मैं फिल्म में हूँ, बिकॉज आई स्टिल हैव 7 फिल्म्स इन माई हैंड, जिसमें 3 हिंदी, 3 बंगाली एंड 1 तेलुगु फिल्म विद प्रभास कॉल्ड फौजी।
So this long career, 50 साल हो गए और भी चल रहा है?
वो नहीं कह सकता मैं, अभी हाथ टूटा हुआ है, मैं नहीं बोल सकता और कितने दिन, लेकिन उस तरह से और काम नहीं कर पाता पहले जैसे, मतलब गोइंग ऑन एंड ऑन एंड ऑन, वो नहीं होता है। अभी जो फिल्म मुझे टिकल करता है, एक्साइट करता है, वही फिल्म करता हूँ।
तो वो किस तरह की फिल्में होती हैं जो आपको टिकल
जो समथिंग डिफरेंट, नॉट द रेगुलर द बीटिंग द बुशेस, सब फिल्म। अभी देखिए 2 फिल्म बंगाली में रिलीज़ हुई, काबुली वाला एंड प्रजापति, दोनों ही बहुत बड़ी हिट हुई है एंड बॉक्स ऑफिस सक्सेस, बस दोनों ही डिफरेंट फिल्म। एक काबुली वाला जो बल्ला सानी किया था, उन्होंने, मैंने किया। प्रजापति has done for 150 days in theatre, which is impossible nowadays.
Yes. And मिथुन दा, इतनी सारी रीजनल सिनेमा में आपने काम किया, और आज के दिन में एक चैलेंज बॉलीवुड के सामने है। वो चैलेंज ये है कि बहुत सारे लोगों का कहना है कि बॉलीवुड का डिक्लाइन है, लेकिन रीजनल सिनेमा अच्छा कर रहा है, चाहे वो साउथ इंडियन सिनेमा हो या और। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि बॉलीवुड के सामने ये चैलेंज क्यों है?
टू मच ऑफ कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन, टू मच। फिल्म को आजकल क्या हो गया, वो भी एक्टर बनना, स्टार बनना कम हो गया, अभी खाली ब्रांड बनाना है। चाहे आप हीरो हो, हीरोइन हो, पहले देखता है ये ब्रांड है कि नहीं। ये ब्रांड वैल्यू है तो फिर पिक्चर चलेगी। तो पहले उन लोग सोचते हैं पिक्चर कैसी भी उसकी स्टोरी हो, पहले ब्रांड को सामने लाओ, उसकी तरह से पब्लिसिटी करो, उसकी तरह से प्रमोशन करो, तो ठीक है, पिक्चर अच्छी होती तो चलती है, ऐसी बात नहीं है। लेकिन टू मच ऑफ कॉरपोरेट वाले के ये होने से ये डिक्लाइन आ गया, और डिक्लाइन हो जाएगा अगर इसको नहीं रोके तो
टू मच ऑफ कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन की प्रॉब्लम आपको बाकी रीजनल सिनेमा में नहीं दिख रही है इतना?
तो उसमें तो उतना वो नहीं हुआ ना। अभी भी वहाँ सिंगल प्रोड्यूसर जिंदा है। देखिए, सिंगल प्रोड्यूसर से जो हमारा टाइम था, पता नहीं मैं सही बोल रहा हूँ, लेकिन इतने घर चलते थे और इतनी फिल्में बनती थी, इतना एम्प्लॉयमेंट होता था, दैट हैज सडनली कम डाउन बिकॉज ऑफ एक, ठीक है, लोग अभी भी काम कर रहे हैं, लोगों को नौकरी है, सब कुछ है, लेकिन जैसे मेरे पास 22 प्रोड्यूसर है और किसी के पास 15 और किसी के पास 10, सब जगह प्रोड्यूसर सब फिल्में बना रहे थे, ये नहीं कि कोई बैठे हुए थे। लेकिन अभी वो सब आउट हो गए, कोई नहीं, एक भी नहीं है। सिंगल प्रोड्यूसर बनाएगा तो उसको रिलीज़ के लिए कोई नहीं होता, कोई डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर नहीं मिलता। आजकल का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मीन्स कॉर्पोरेट हाउस ही डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं। सो देयर इज लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम हैज,
सो टू मच ऑफ कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन हैज।
Yes, but Mithun, there is also this fact that there is a lot of variety and perhaps localness in the southern cinema. Would you say they realize that things are changing and they have kept pace with the changing times? Special effect, for example, जो पहले नहीं था, वो हम लोग southern cinema में देख रहे हैं, जो अभी यहाँ पर Bollywood अभी still catch up कर रहा है।
देखिए, साउदर्न सिनेमा में सब कुछ रिमार्केबल है। देयर एक्शन देखिए, रिमार्केबल, देयर डांसिंग देखिए, रिमार्केबल। उन लोग सब चीज़ को प्राधान्य देते हैं कंप्लीटनेस एंड टेरिफिक रिजल्ट के ऊपर। और आज साउथ इंडियन फिल्म हमारे बॉलीवुड फिल्म से कई ज़्यादा अच्छी बनने लग गई, और इसीलिए हम लोग उसकी कॉपी करके हम बना रहे हैं। लेकिन ये नहीं कि कोई नहीं बना रहा है कि बॉलीवुड में भी बना रहे हैं अच्छी फिल्में, लेकिन साउथ इंडियन सिनेमा हैज़ डिपेंड मोर टू द रियलिटी। इसीलिए आज बाहुबली इतनी बड़ी हिट कैसे हुई? हाउ देन अनदर फिल्म RRR क्यों हुई, इतनी बड़ी हिट कैसे हुई? वाई द सुभाष चंद्र यश, दे आर सुपरस्टार्स, मतलब इंटरनेशनली सुपरस्टारडम उनको छू गया है। हाउ इज इट पॉसिबल? बिकॉज ऑफ द रियलिटी। Because of the reality, they have touched the reality. They're making film like this, they're dancing like this, they're fighting like this, their storyline is like this. And they will go up. They will go up.
मिठुन दा, आपसे अगर मैं ये सवाल नहीं पूछूं तो ये इंटरव्यू कंप्लीट नहीं होगा। आज के दिन में हम देखते हैं कि लॉट ऑफ टॉक अबाउट नेपोटिज्म, लॉट ऑफ टॉक अबाउट फैमिली, promoting family, etc., etc. You are one man who had no godfather. You came from the bottom of the pyramid, absolute bottom, and you rose to the top of the pyramid. आपको क्या लगता है कि ये जो नेपोटिज्म की बातें हैं और फैमिली इंडस्ट्री की बातें हैं, वो सारी टैलेंट और मेहनत से तोड़ी जा सकती हैं कि नहीं जा सकती?
सर, मैं नहीं मानता। देखिए, मेरे भी तो 3 बच्चे हैं, 4, और चारों ही फिल्मों में हैं। मैं आज तक किसी प्रोड्यूसर को, किसी को नहीं बोला कि मेरे बेटे को चांस दो। मेरे छोटे बेटे ने अभी बैड बॉय की है, राजकुमार संतोष जी ने उसका एडिशन लिया, उसको पास किया, फिर लिया। विक्रम भट्ट ने मीमो को दिया था, हॉन्टेड में चांस दिया, उसके बाद चली नहीं चली, वो सब दूसरी बात है। आई कैन टेल यू विद ऑल माई हार्टफेल इमोशंस, आई हैव नेवर प्रमोटेड माई चिल्ड्रन, and I told them that you have to fight your own battle. Ultimately, talent will speak. अगर ये भी बात है कि किसी का बाप हीरो है, उसका बेटा हीरो बना, तो हीरो बना सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं बनता है कोई हीरो, उसमें भी टैलेंट होना चाहिए। और टैलेंट नहीं होगा तो थैंक यू वेरी मच, अब जा सकते हैं, इसके बाद घर बैठ जाइए। यू हैव टू हैव टैलेंट। चाहे आप किसी हीरोइन की बेटी अभी लॉन्च हुई है, शी बिकम ए बिग, बट शी हैज़ टैलेंट, हाउ कैन यू डिनाई द टैलेंट? उसमें नेपोटिज्म की बात नहीं आनी चाहिए। टैलेंट विल रूल।
Talent will rule. That is the golden word coming from the
And
start.
talent will rule in
Talent
all
will
the
rule.
fields.
All the fields, no matter which profession you are in.
And is there a star of current times who you think actually has kept pace with changing times? Like आपने आपका हमेशा अपने कैरेक्टर्स को इवॉल्व किया, डिफरेंट कैरेक्टर्स पे एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, उसी तरह का आपकी तरह?
ये बड़ा अच्छा सवाल पूछा है हमारे यहाँ ने। एक्चुअली उस जनरेशन के अगर आप काफ़ी लोगों को देखें, अमिताभ बच्चन को देखें, आपको देखें, शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा को देखें, और भी बड़े ऋषि कपूर को देखें, उनकी आपने बात करी, तो उन सब लोगों ने अपने आप को टाइम के साथ इवॉल्व किया, इंक्लूडिंग दिलीप कुमार जो उनसे पहले के जनरेशन के स्टार थे। दे इवॉल्व विद टाइम। आपको लगता है कि ये एवोल्यूशन ऑफ विद टाइम ऑफ द प्रेजेंट स्टार्स शायद उतना हो नहीं पाया?
और नहीं हो पाया तो गुड बाय बोलना पड़ेगा। देयर इज नो चांस, यू हैव टू चेंज विद टाइम। अगर इस वक्त मैं बैठ के सोचूं आई विल बिकम डिस्को डांसर अगेन, सो बिगेस्ट फूल आई एम spacing myself with my age, with my time, with my inside stamina, more than outside.
Yes.
I'm changing and evolving myself, and I'm doing exactly those roles that suits my character right now. And I'm getting success on that. Suddenly I feel, no, अभी तो मैं डिस्को डांसर ही करूँगा। तो घर बैठ जाइए, कौन आपको बोला है यहाँ काम करने को? Nobody.
Did disco dancer actually you feel that was the changing moment, that
Yes.
tipping point,
Not
turning point?
Not only mine, even the industry.
How?
Industry changed with the dancing style. They thought that if I do not space with the disco dancer or style like this, then my film will compare this. अरे क्या है अभी देखो मिठुन की तरह डांस करो, नहीं तो क्या ऐसे ही।
Mithunda, on that tipping point and inflection point, I thank you. Thank you for joining us. Anything, you are a man, as I said, who has had the kind of experience that very few have in life, from the street to the topmost elevation. Any words of wisdom from you to our viewers?
I would say कि there is lot many talents. लड़का है, सब जगह बोलता हूँ सर, मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ ये कि बहुत सारे लड़के हैं, लड़कियां हैं, बहुत टैलेंट है, लेकिन फाइनेंशियली दे आर वेरी वीक, पैसे की वजह से नहीं लड़ पाते। मैं उनको इतना ही कहूँगा, हिम्मत नहीं छोड़ना, सपना ज़रूर देखना, लेकिन खुद सो जाना, सपनों को सोने नहीं देना। If I can make it, you can make it.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Mithun, congratulations for the award and to many more to come.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakraborty, for speaking to us in such a delicate state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
Sorrow, injuries, displacement, and this is all what we are witnessing here in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Civilians from the southern part of Lebanon who have been forced to leave their homes not knowing what lies ahead for their future in Lebanon.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
The Sena versus Sena Dussehra rallies set the tone for Maharashtra Assembly elections. Chief Minister Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray claim Bal Thackre's legacy. Shinde slams Uddhav Thackeray over poor infrastructure, while Uddhav Thackeray, he alleges that the BJP used Shivaji Maharaj to garner votes. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat echoes Prime Minister Modi's Hindu unity pitch. The Shiv Sena calls out the violence in Bangladesh. Meanwhile, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, he tells Bhagwat that RSS supports a party that wants disunity. In the meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray in his rally says and asks, have Hindus not united in 10 years? Restoration work underway at the Chennai division, where 12 to 13 coaches of Mysuru-Darbhanga Express were derailed after it collided with a goods train on Friday evening. And the Dussehra celebrations took place across India. Prime Minister Modi as well as the President Draupadi Murmu took part in Delhi's iconic Ram Leela. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. The Delhi Police Special Cell, it has achieved a major breakthrough in the Nadir Shah murder case. The main shooter in this particular case, named Madhur alias Mota Arman, he has been arrested in an encounter at Narela Industrial Area. Arman, he has been shot multiple times and has been admitted to the hospital. My colleague Mukesh, he joins us to give us more on this. Mukesh, what is the latest that you can tell us about this encounter?
जी देखिए, सितंबर के महीने में जो नादिर शाह था उसका जीके 1 में उसकी जिम के बाहर मर्डर हुआ था, जिसमें जो 2 शूटर थे वो काफी नजदीक आए थे और उन्होंने गोलियां मारी थी और इसका जो फुटेज है वो भी सामने आया था। उसके बाद से दिल्ली पुलिस लगातार जो शूटर्स थे, जो मैन शूटर्स थे, उनकी तलाश कर रही थी। आज दिल्ली पुलिस को जानकारी मिली कि जो एक शूटर मधुर नाम का है, वो दिल्ली के नरेला इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया में आने वाला है और इसी इंफॉर्मेशन पे दिल्ली पुलिस ने वहां पर ट्रैप लगाया हुआ था और मधुर जो है एक स्कूटी में सवार होकर वहां पे आया। दिल्ली पुलिस के मुताबिक जब मधुर को रोकने की कोशिश की गई तो मधुर ने दिल्ली पुलिस के जो वहां पर पुलिसकर्मी थे उन पर फायरिंग की और जवाब में पुलिस ने फायरिंग की, जिस करीब 11 से 12 राउंड फायरिंग हुई है और इस फायरिंग के बाद जो शूटर मधुर है उसको कई गोलियां लगी हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस के मुताबिक मौके से एक पिस्टल और करीब 12 से 13 कारतूस मौके से बरामद हुए हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस के मुताबिक जो मधुर है वो उत्तर पूर्वी दिल्ली के गैंगस्टर हाशिम बाबा और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के लिए काम करता है, ये उनका शूटर है और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के कहने पर हाशिम बाबा ने नादिर शाह की हत्या करवाई थी। तो दिल्ली पुलिस को एक बहुत बड़ी जो कामयाबी है वो मिली है। काफी दिन बाद इस पूरे केस का जो मैन शूटर है मधुर, उसको दिल्ली पुलिस ने एनकाउंटर के बाद गिरफ्तार कर लिया है। हालांकि वो उसको कई गोलियां लगी हैं तो उसका भी इलाज चल रहा है। तो इस पूरे मामले में एक और शूटर है जिसका नाम राजू है, उसकी तलाश की जा रही है, लेकिन 2 शूटरों में से जो एक शूटर मधुर नाम का है उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है।
All right, Mukesh Singh Sengar, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. And the atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh, it was a key focus of RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's address when he was addressing the public during the organization's Dussehra Utsav. Mohan Bhagwat, he has said that Hindus live in harmony through continuous dialogue. He called for the society to unite for its security by eliminating all the differences, echoing what Prime Minister Modi and Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath have said.
उनको आवश्यकता है मदद की। विश्व भर के हिंदुओं की, भारत के सरकार की सहायता उनको मिले, ये उनकी आवश्यकता है कि दुर्बल रहना अपराध है। हम अगर दुर्बल है, असंगठित है, तो उसका मतलब हम अत्याचार को निमंत्रण दे रहे हैं। निमित्त कुछ नहीं चाहिए, हम दुर्बल है, यह निमित्त पर्याप्त है। और इसलिए जहां कहीं भी हम हैं वहां संगठित रहना, सशक्त रहना।
ये करने वाले ही बांट रहे ना। जो लोग देश में यूनिटी चाहते हैं, वो पार्टी जो डिसयूनिटी चाहती है, उस पार्टी को सपोर्ट करने वाले आप ही हैं, भागवत जी ही हैं। पहले कहां से शुरू करें? संविधान बदलने से शुरू करें, रिजर्वेशन निकालने से शुरू करें, हिंदू मुसलमानों के बारे में अलग अलग बात की।
Meanwhile, the restoration work is underway in Chennai at the train crash site in Tamil Nadu. At least 12 coaches of an express train, it had derailed after it collided with a goods train in Tamil Nadu's Tiruvallur district. And the officials, they had said that the Mysore Darbhanga Bagmati Express, it collided with the goods train, which was stationary. The injured, they were admitted to the hospital. 19 people were injured in this particular incident. A political war of words also ensured after this accident took place. The Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister, he slammed the Railway Ministry, saying that the centre must act to avoid accidents, while the leader of opposition, Congress's Rahul Gandhi, he said that there have been no lessons learnt by the centre. And registrations for the PM internship scheme, it has begun. This internship will be given in the top 500 companies. It is meant for 1-year internship program. The PM internship scheme is meant for skill development of the youth. Rupees 5,000 to rupees 6,000 will be given as an allowance to these interns. The candidates, they can register themselves on the website, on the web portal. Remember, over 80,000 opportunities are present across 24 sectors. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs, it in fact posted on its social media handle saying that PM internship scheme is a transformative initiative by the Prime Minister in order to ensure the skilling of our youth, which will enhance their employability. There will be an allowance of 5,000 per month and rupees 6,000, and as a one-time grant, the candidates, they can go and register themselves on the portal pminternship.moa@gov.in. This portal will ensure efficient access to internship across sectors with Aadhaar-based registration and tools like biodata generation. And Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena, held their respective Dussehra rallies in Mumbai in a show of strength and also setting the tone by attacking each other ahead of Maharashtra Assembly polls. The Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray rally, it was held at Shivaji Park, while the Eknath Shinde factions rally, it was held at Azad Maidan. The Chief Minister, Eknath Shinde, he in his rally said that anti-Maharashtra alliance has halted the development of the state and that the Mahavikas Aghadi put the brakes on metro, bullet train and the Atal bridge. Uddhav Thackeray, he retorted saying that BJP thinks that Shivaji Maharaj is an EVM and that Shivaji statue was, it collapsed in just 8 months.
आणि एवढं मोठं दैवत आपलं छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज, हे भाजप आणि मोदींना वाटतंय हे मत मिळवणारे मशीन आहे, मशीन नाहीये, ते आमचं दैवत आहे. अरे आपण जय श्रीराम बोलतो, पण पुराणामध्ये प्रभू रामचंद्र होऊन गेले. आज सुद्धा आपण दसरा श्रीरामाने रावणाचा वध केला म्हणून आपण तो पाळतो. किती त्यांनी राक्षस मारले, किती दैत्य मारले. त्यांच्याबरोबर प्रभू रामचंद्राबरोबर वानर सेना होती आणि आपण त्यांना देव मानतोच, आम्ही जय श्रीराम बोलतोच. पण मग आमचे छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज कोण होते? फार पूर्वी नाही, छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांनी सुद्धा त्यावेळेला जे आले होते स्वराज्यावरती चालून, त्यांचा वध केला नसता तर आपण आज नसतोच. आपलं काय झालं असतं कोणालाच माहिती नाहीये.
Uddhav Thackeray made a statement today that when the Mahavikas Aghadi is elected to the government, they will ensure that there is a temple, not a statue, but a temple by the name of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj in every district, in every jila of the state, and has hence made an important announcement regarding the same. He also talked at length about the Badlapur incident and the killing of Shinde that happened through the hand of the police later on, and very cheekily said that Shinde, that particular Shinde, should have been shot. But what the government tried to do here is that they tried to kind of eliminate all the other kind of proofs which would have gotten the friends of the government into some sort of a trouble here. Now, amongst many other things, another interesting pointer from this speech was how it ended. Uddhav Thackeray played a video of him taking an oath here at this very venue from 2019. This is Shivaji Park, and this is where he took the oath as the Chief Minister of the state in 2019. And he played the video and he made people see an entire oath. Of course, he did not state anything about his chief ministerial chances or MVA naming a chief ministerial candidate in the elections, but there is of course a subtle hint being given that a face, an unofficial face of the MVA for the chief ministership going into the elections is indeed Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. Before this, of course, there was Sanjay Raut, who very openly stated that after 2 months there will be another program held at this very location, at this very venue, celebrating the victory of the Mahavikas Aghadi, and that program will have Uddhav Thackeray as a leader of the state. Of course, he didn't mention him as a chief minister, but said that Uddhav Thackeray would be a leader of the state. Now, this put together with the other, murmurs going around in Mahavikas Aghadi regarding the need for having a chief ministerial face from the Shiv Sena adds up to the news, or adds up to the, to the kind of floating of information that is going about on how Shiv Sena UBT wants to go ahead with the chief ministerial face, but the other two allies are not quite ready to do that. This is Anuj Raite with video journalist Hemant Mohite reporting from Shivaji Park in Mumbai.
Meanwhile, let's also listen in to what the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde had to say.
इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरचं काम दिसलं की लावा ब्रेक, समृद्धी महामार्ग लावा ब्रेक, मेट्रो 3 लावा ब्रेक, बुलेट ट्रेन लावा ब्रेकर, कार शेडला लावा ब्रेकर, जलयुक्त शिवारला लावा स्पीड ब्रेकर आणि मराठवाडा वॉटर ग्रीडला लावा ब्रेकर. जिथे नव्हता ब्रोकर तिथे टाकले स्पीड ब्रेकर. असं यांचं काम. या महाविकास आघाडीचं हेच त्यांचे धंदे होते. आणि म्हणून आम्ही सगळे स्पीड ब्रेकर उखडून टाकले. आणि ज्या सरकारने स्पीड ब्रेकर टाकले त्या सरकारला देखील उखडून टाकलं. नवीन सरकार आणलं. माझी दाढी त्यांना खुपती आहे. सारखं दाढीवर बोलतात. माझी दाढी खुपते. अरे पण मी सांगतो होती दाढी म्हणून तुमची उद्ध्वस्त केली महाविकास आघाडी आणि महाविरोधी आघाडी. आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या विकासाची जोरात धावू लागली गाडी. ही दाढीची करामत आहे. आणि म्हणून मला
All right, breaking news coming in at this point. Baba Siddiki, the leader in Maharashtra, he has been shot at in Mumbai. 3 rounds were fired at Baba Siddiki, the NCP leader. He has been taken to Leelavati Hospital. There are reports of the NCP leader and former MLA Baba Siddiki being shot at in Mumbai's Bandra area. 3 rounds were fired as of now. Let's go across to Radhika, my colleague who's joining us on the phone line. Radhika, what is the latest that you can tell us right now?
That's right. Reports emerging that NCP leader, former minister as well as ex-MLA Baba Siddiki from Bandra West was shot at in Mumbai. In fact, we know for a fact that Siddiki is a former Congress leader. He had joined the NCP a few months back. The incident took place a few minutes ago. The firing took place in the office of Baba Siddiqui's son is the latest information, is the information that we're getting at this point. The firing took place in the office of his son Zishan, and 3 rounds were fired at Baba Siddiki, and Baba Siddiki has been taken to Leelavati Hospital for treatment. His condition is said to be critical. Police investigations are underway. So at this point, we have basic information that 3 rounds were fired at Baba Siddiki and this incident apparently happening at his son's office. The firing took place in the office of his son Zishan, who was of course elected as MLA from Bandra East earlier. Zishan is of course seen as a nominee from the seat as well. Just recently, after the instance of cross voting during legislative council election, state Congress had expelled a couple of its MLAs, including Zishan Siddiki. But as far as Baba Siddiki is concerned, he had left the Congress party and joined the NCP a few months back. Now, some tragic development here whereby Baba Siddiki was shot at by unknown assailants. 3 rounds were fired. This is the initial information we are getting. We will wait for some official confirmation from the police about his condition at this point.
Radhika, just to understand, were there any previous threats to Mr. Baba Siddiki? Just to understand, had the politician received any previous threats or warning of potential harm?
Well, not, at this point, we don't have any official confirmation of that. We'll have to really understand what exactly led to this particular incident, this firing, whether he had informed the police about any possible threat. Is something we will get to know through police sources. At this point, the information that we're getting is that he has been admitted to Leelavati Hospital in critical condition, and that the condition is said to be critical. He was injured, is the information that we're getting. In fact, at least about 2 to 3 shots were fired at him, and there were at least about 2 to 3 unknown assailants who fired at him when he was at his son's office. That's the initial information we have. Investigations are underway to find more.
Right, so Baba Siddiki, a former Maharashtra minister and member of the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, he has been shot at in Mumbai's Bandra, and he has been rushed to the hospital where his condition, as Radhika is mentioning, it is said to be critical. From what we understand as of now, that 3 bullets were fired at Mr. Siddiki on Saturday evening when he was at the office of his son Zishan Siddiki, who's also the MLA of from Bandra East. He's currently undergoing treatment at the Leelavati hospital. So Baba Siddiki has been rushed to the Leelavati hospital. The ex-minister of Maharashtra, he has been shot at in Mumbai. There are reports, as we mentioned, of the NCP leader and former MLA Baba Siddiki being shot at in Mumbai's Bandra area. Remember, Baba Siddiki, he was a member of the Legislative Assembly. He was an MLA in Maharashtra from Bandra West. He also was the MLA for 3 consecutive terms there, 99, 2004 as well as 2009, and he has also served as the Minister of State for Food and Civil Supplies as well as Labour and FDAs from 2004 to 2008. From what we understand, this is a breaking news situation. Baba Siddiki, the NCP leader, he has been shot at in Mumbai. 3 rounds were fired at him, and the NCP leader, he has been rushed to the Leelavati hospital from what we understand as of now. And Radhika is still there with us. Radhika, just to understand from you, what exactly is, have the family spoken about this particular incident, or have there been any word from any of the family members yet? All right, we'll try and... Radhika, if you can hear me, has there been any word from the family members yet? Have you heard from Baba Siddiqui's family members as of now?
Yet. It just happened a few, minutes back. It happened just now. So no reactions as of now. We are getting basic information from the police. 2 to 3 rounds fired at Baba Siddiki, and this happened apparently at his son's office. That's the information that we are getting. And he was immediately rushed to the hospital, which is Leelavati Hospital in Bandra itself. And that's the information that we have so far. Police, we believe, are investigating and perhaps may also have apprehended a few accused. Again, we are waiting for the confirmation from police officials. No official statement from police yet. So we will have to wait for some more time to get exact details of what exactly led to this incident, whether there was any threat perception as far as the Siddiki family is concerned. They are a powerful family as far as the entire Bandra constituency is concerned. He's now the NCP leader. Earlier, he was with the Congress. He was an MLA from Bandra West. He has been an MLA quite some time in the Bandra constituency. He was also an associate of late Sunil Dutt as well. He had joined the NCP recently, as I said, but the tragic incident that took place a few hours back, which is the firing incident whereby Baba Siddiki is in a critical condition and has been admitted in Leelavati Hospital. A few rounds fired at him by unknown assailants. More information being verified at this point from police sources.
Radhika, just to give a context to our viewers as well, what is Baba Siddiqui's political or social influence in that particular area? Although he is a former MLA of Bandra West, but just give a sense of his political and social influence in that area.
That's right. As far as Baba Siddiqui's political influence is concerned, yes, as I mentioned before, he had been elected as an MLA from Bandra West constituency multiple times. In fact, he was elected as the MLA at least 3 times, which was in 2009, 2004, as well as 99. And he was also a minister for food and civil supplies. That was sometime in 2004. And also was a corporator 2 consecutive terms, which was in 1990. As far as his political influence is concerned, the Siddiki family is quite popular, especially during the heydays of the Congress party. They were quite powerful in this particular constituency, and he's also known for, some of the, Eid festivities and Eid parties that he hosted for the who's who of Mumbai and all across Maharashtra. However, due to certain differences with the Congress party, he joined NCP Ajit Pawar party in February 2024. So he left the Congress party after being part of the Congress for many years and joined Ajit Pawar NCP very recently. So that's as far as his political career is concerned. Of course, he wielded a lot of influence in Bandra West constituency, both Baba Siddiki as well as his son Zishan. Of course, his son Zishan, who was with the Congress party, was expelled, as a result of cross voting that happened. And Zishan had been unhappy with several leaders within the Congress party as a result of the new inflation within the MBA. So that's as far as the political connections of both and the career of Baba Siddiki is concerned. But the latest information is that he was shot at, a few rounds fired, he is critically injured, and he's being treated at Leelavati Hospital. Is the information that we are getting. We are yet to get some official release of statement from the police to understand whether anybody has been arrested or any accused have been apprehended or not.
Right, Radhika, just also give us a sense of the police presence at Zishan Siddiqui's residence as of now. What is the kind of police presence there? The security must be tightened at this point.
That's right. Security is tightened outside the residence of Baba Siddiki as well as at the office of Baba Siddiki and Zishan Siddiqui. Heavy police presence at Leelavati Hospital as well. Police has registered an FIR and is conducting investigations to understand what exactly led to this. Who are these people who are fired at Baba Siddiki? Apparently, he was shot at on his stomach. Stomach is the information that we're getting. But again, we will have to wait for official confirmation from the hospital authorities as well as police to understand the nature of injuries. But unknown assailants, a couple of rounds fired at, and he was shot at on his stomach is the latest information that we're getting.
Right, Radhika, stay with us because from what we understand at the moment and from what you are telling us, Baba Siddiki, a former Maharashtra minister, also a member of the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, he has been shot at in Mumbai's Bandra and he has been rushed to a hospital where his condition, it is said to be critical. What Radhika is saying is that 2 rounds were fired at Mr. Siddiki on today. When he was at his office of his son Zishan Siddiqui, who is the MLA from Bandra East. He is also undergoing treatment at the Leelavati Hospital at the moment. In fact, I am currently joined by the Chief National Spokesperson and the National General Secretary, the Nationalist Congress Party, Ajit Pawar, Mr. Brij Mohan Srivastav. Sir, what do you have to say about this entire incident? Really unfortunate that Mr. Baba Siddiki has been shot at.
It's a very unfortunate for us because yesterday he was present with Ajit Pawar press conference, and he has not spoken anything to any person regarding any threat. Why it's happened? It's a surprise to us also because Baba Siddiq known as a soft-spoken politician. And he started his career from from scratch as a municipal councillor. He worked as a municipal councillor. He was elected twice in Mumbai Municipal Corporation, and then he became the MLA. He worked lot. He worked a lot with let's say Shri Sunil Reddy also, and it's no doubt it's a very surprising why this thing has happened. And why he has not informed to anybody? I'm sure that he's not that type of man. Somebody get antagonized with him. He's a very soft-spoken person. So we are also trying to get the right information, and we are also approaching the police to get first-hand information why it happened and why those people have fired on him. So just now I am not having exact information regarding his condition, but I am trying to contact the Leelavati Hospital to get the right information, so I can communicate to through you to the our party peoples and the rest of nation.
Rajmohanji, have you been able to get in touch with the family members? Have you heard from them as of now?
No, actually, I tried to call, contact them, but due to this incident, actually, they are also, I think, surprised and they are unable to say anything to anyone. So we are trying. I asked my NCP workers of the Bandra locality to go there and take the latest information regarding his health.
All right. I'm also currently joined by Anish Gawande, the national spokesperson of the NCP. Mr. Gawande, thank you very much for joining NDTV. What are your thoughts on this really unfortunate incident that has occurred right now? The NCP leader, he has been shot at. Have you been able to get in touch with the family? What do you think about it?
You know, it's incredibly unfortunate what's happened today. Baba Siddiki is, of course, a member of the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, which is our political opponent, but he's somebody who's been an incredibly senior leader in Mumbai, and that this could happen in Bandra is incredibly shocking. I think I'll leave the difficult questions for later. I don't think a lot of people have been able to get in touch with either Zishan, his son, who many of us know well, or with members of the family. The only update I have so far is that he's been rushed to Lilavati. And we should leave the difficult questions for later and right now hope for his swift recovery. But it's incredibly shocking and alarming that this has happened on Vijayadashmi in Bandra, in Mumbai.
Right. Mr. Gawande, I just want to understand from you, is Baba Siddiki known to have received any sort of threat or warning before? Do you have any knowledge of that, sir?
You know, I would not know because, again, like I said, he belongs to a rival political faction. But the reality is that these are concerns that should be raised before the Home Ministry. This has not been the only incident that has taken place in Mumbai in the recent past. We've seen the gruesome death of a sort of senior UBT leader over a Facebook Live post not too long ago. And there are real concerns. I don't know what's going on. I don't know whether this is an isolated incident. But I certainly hope that there is justice that is delivered swiftly because this law and order situation in Mumbai is untenable as it stands.
Mr. Anish Gawande, thank you very much for speaking to NDTV. This is breaking news that is coming right now. Baba Siddiki, the NCP leader, he has been shot at in Mumbai. 3 rounds were fired at Mr. Baba Siddiki. And the NCP leader, he has been rushed to the Lilavati hospital. In the meanwhile, my colleague Ronak, he's right now speaking to the eyewitnesses there. Let's listen to what they have to say.
क्या उनकी किसी से दुश्मनी हो सकती है वो सब कुछ मालूम नहीं। देखिए फिलहाल किसी के पास इसका उत्तर नहीं है और मुख्य तौर पर अगर देखें तो पुलिस भी अपनी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन पुलिस ने शुरू कर दी है और अक्षय मेरे साथ है। अक्षय मेरे सहयोगी एनडीटीवी मराठी के रिपोर्टर। अक्षय, क्या जानकारी मिल रही है?
डॉक्टर उनकी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि बाबा सिद्दीकी की जान बचाने के लिए, लेकिन जो जानकारी मिल रही है कि बाबा सिद्दीकी उनकी जान खतरे में है। कंटिन्यूस उनको सीपीआर दिया जा रहा है क्योंकि उनके सीने में गोली लगी है और उनकी सांसें फूल रही थी जब उनको अस्पताल में भर्ती किया गया और काफ़ी जो खून भी बह चुका है बाबा सिद्दीकी का, और इसके वजह से अभी डॉक्टर के तरफ से कोशिश जारी की गई है, लेकिन काफ़ी हालत उनकी नाजुक
हालत बनी हुई है। और डॉक्टर्स अगर लीलावती अस्पताल की बात की जाए तो यहाँ पर बेस्ट डॉक्टर्स मुंबई के माने जाते हैं और निश्चित तौर पर हम उम्मीद करेंगे, दुआ करेंगे कि बाबा सिद्दीकी की हालत में जल्द से जल्द सुधार हो। और मुख्य तौर पर यहाँ पर जो लोग पहुँचे हुए हैं उनको जो खबर वो जानना चाहते हैं कि बाबा सिद्दीकी की तबीयत कैसी है, उसकी खबर जो है वो लोगों को जल्द से जल्द मिल सके। जी।
All right, Rano Kukre there speaking to the eyewitness there, and in fact he was also speaking to NDTV Marathi's reporter who was in touch with the hospital authorities, who mentioned that the NCP leader Baba Siddiki, he is being given CPR right now and his situation is critical at the moment. Remember, this happened just a short while, about half an hour ago, that the NCP leader Baba Siddiki was shot at. 3 rounds were fired at Mr. Baba Siddiki. He is currently in the Lilavati hospital right now, and the Mumbai police, from what we understand as of now, Mumbai police have detained 2 individuals in the connection with this incident, and further investigation is underway right now. The Mumbai cops, they have in fact detained 2 people as of now. So the NCP leader, Mr. Baba Siddiki, he is at the Leelavati hospital. He was shot at after when he was at his son's office, Zishan Siddiqui's office, and that is where he was shot at. 2 rounds were shot at him, and he was rushed to the Leelavati hospital, and he's currently undergoing treatment. In fact, my colleague Ronak is speaking to other eyewitnesses there. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
टीम है वो इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। बांद्रा पुलिस की टीम के यहाँ पर जो बड़े अधिकारी है वो भी पहुँचे हुए हैं। डीसीपी भी यहाँ पर कुछ ही देर बाद पहुँचेंगे। तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन एक तरफ चल रही है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ जो सबसे बड़ी बात है कि बाबा सिद्दीकी की हालत नाजुक बनी हुई है। ऐसे में उनकी जल्द से जल्द उनकी सेहत ठीक हो सके, ये पहली प्रायोरिटी जो है वो उस पर ध्यान दिया जा रहा है। और लीलावती अस्पताल के जो बड़े डॉक्टर्स हैं वो यहाँ पर उनकी तरफ यहाँ पर उनकी देखरेख में उन पर इलाज जो है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। जी।
All right, so Baba Siddiki, his situation is critical. He is at the Leelavati hospital getting treatment right now. The Mumbai police, in the meanwhile, have detained 2 individuals in the connection with this particular incident, and further investigation is underway. So 3 rounds were fired at Mr. Baba Siddiki. The shots were fired at the NCP leader. He was shot at in his stomach, and he was rushed to the Leelavati hospital, and he is currently undergoing treatment at the moment. In fact, I am currently joined by Mr. Asif Bamla. Asif Bamla, what exactly do you have to say about this entire incident? It's really unfortunate that Mr. Siddiki has been shot at, and that too in a place like Bandra.
I'm very shocked and surprised at this development. I mean, he has been a Bandraite. We all grew up together. He has been a dear friend of mine, and I am still not able to come to terms. I've just heard about a half an hour back that this incident has happened, and it's very, very unfortunate that a situation like that. I mean, it's not that there's gang war existing anymore, but in spite of that, there's a situation like this. I think this needs to be addressed, and I think it's a matter of grave concern. Because I've been known to him since the time, I'm very sad about the fact that this has happened. I'm right now at a program for Dussehra. I'm just finished, and myself, I'm rushing to the hospital to take stock of the situation. We all been in Bandraites. We grew up together, and it's a matter of deep shock and a grave, it's a matter of deep shock and very emotional moment for me at least, and I'm sure for a lot of friends and people of Bandra who knew him over the years. In politics, things may be your way or may not, but I mean, this is something where we all stand very solidly with the family, with him, and I just hope he's fine, in a position to get. I don't know. I'm getting some different news, but I just hope he is going to be treated, and I just pray that he gets well.
All right, Mr. Bamla, thank you very much for speaking to NDTV. In fact, I'm also joined by Shine INC of the BJP. Ma'am, what is your reaction, your initial reaction to this entire incident? Really unfortunate that Mr. Baba Siddiki has been shot at.
Well, absolutely. It's shocking. And right now, prayers for him, his family, and for everyone who is with him in terms of support. We never expected any kind of, these kind of incidents in a city like Mumbai. And I think the beauty of Mumbai has always been to coexist despite all differences. And one hears that there were 3 assailants that shot
at Zishan Siddiqui's office. The fact is that the facts will be dealt with, the people will be dealt with, but right now it is only concern for him and his family. And I hope, as I speak as a Mumbaikar, that we must speak up and rise beyond differences. Nobody should be allowed to take law into their hands.
Absolutely, ma'am. And have you heard from Mr. Siddiqui's family as of now? Have you spoken to anyone, ma'am?
No, I haven't. And I think that this is a time where the doctors should just be doing their job. And what one understands is that he has been taken to Leelavati Hospital. So let's just wait and not speculate any which way. Right now, it only has to be about law and order being maintained, which the Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis will definitely look into immediately. And having said that, I think concern for the family and his speedy recovery is the only concern.
All right, China NC, thank you very much for speaking to NDTV. And I'm also currently joined by Mr. Sanjay Jha, political analyst. Sir, what is your initial reaction to whatever that has occurred as of now?
Well, to be honest, very, very surprised and stunned. Every time a public figure gets violently attacked, I think we should all be worried because people in politics are constantly in the public space and they're extremely vulnerable to elements that can be hostile to them. I believe that this is a extremely tragic development as far as Mumbai is concerned, because I live in the city and many people do, and we have always prided in the fact that Mumbai is a city which is very tolerant, peace-loving, has law and order, and a certain character to it that doesn't condone this kind of activity that used to happen decades ago during the time of gangster violence. To see or to hear about this attack, first we need to know who's behind it, what's the motive, what has caused it. But irrespective of that, the truth remains that Baba Siddiki has been a very prominent face in Mumbai politics and in public life. And all one can hope is that he's okay and that his family, which must be pretty shattered at the news, can pray and hope that he recovers quickly, because I have no idea, and unless you have it, as to how serious his condition is. But from the look of it, it appears to be a very violent manifestation of something extremely deep. And I think as a city, we need to be worried if we're going to see such a collapse of law and order. And I hope the government of the day acts quickly in terms of investigating who's at the bottom of this insane attack, and more important, nabbing the culprits.
Absolutely, Mr. Jha. And when you talk about his community leadership, he is not just known to be a Muslim leader. He is also known to be a community leader and a very respected leader within Mumbai's communities. Just give us a sense of the kind of key roles that he has played in promoting interfaith harmony and resolving community disputes there, because there are a lot of things that he has done there right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's an extremely popular person, and I can tell you that I met him a couple of times in the usual political events, and he's always been extremely gregarious, very forthcoming, extremely likable. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, his iftar parties are legendary, where people from all walks of life come and celebrate with him. And you're absolutely right, extremely bipartisan. There is no such thing about which religious community he belongs to. I think everyone is welcome. It's an eclectic, inclusive affair of celebration. So I'm just very disturbed because, every time you know somebody in particular, of course, you feel bad even if you don't know somebody well personally. But when you know somebody well and that person goes through such a harrowing experience of being shot at, it kind of leaves you very perturbed. And I do hope that the government of Maharashtra with Mr. Fadnavis, etc., swing into action, because we need to know who does this. Because, what is frightening is the kind of license that people have today to go and shoot at anybody and get away with that. I mean, that by itself ought to concern us all.
Mr. Jha, does this also raise a lot of question marks on the current law and order situation as far as especially a metro city like Mumbai is concerned?
Well, you've been hearing so many cases of late, right, of hit-and-run cases, attacks on people. We have seen all kinds of tensions rise. And I just feel that, as somebody who's lived here for over 30 years, I mean, one of the reasons why I love Mumbai, no matter which part of the world I'm in, I love to get back home, is because this city has got its own beat. And, it's a safe city. It's a city where women go out and come back late in the night and don't normally have to worry about their safety and security. And it's one place where you find that people come from all parts of India. It's a global village, actually, if you think about it. The number of foreigners who live here, people from all over the country. We kind of pride in its eclectic diversity. Therefore, when you see such an incident, it obviously will get everyone thinking as to where are we headed. And I think the warning signs have been there. Maharashtra is not what it used to be. Mumbai is not what it used to be. There are reasons for concern, but I will remain eternally optimistic that the people of this city are wonderful. They're beautiful people. And I think, I hope Baba Siddiki recovers, and I do hope we are able to kind of learn from this horrific violence act, condemn it strongly, and make sure that nobody else has to go through this kind of experience.
Thank you very much for speaking with the NDTV. So breaking news coming out at this point, Mr. Baba Siddiki, the NCP leader, he has been shot at in Mumbai. There were multiple rounds fired at Mr. Siddiki, and he was rushed to the Leelavati hospital just half an hour, 40 minutes ago. His situation is said to be critical at this moment. In the meanwhile, the Mumbai police, they have detained 2 individuals in the connection with this particular incident, and further investigation is underway. Just to give a sense of who Mr. Baba Siddiki is, Baba Siddiki is a former Maharashtra minister, and he in fact joined Congress when he was a teenager, and he later quit the party where he was associated with for 48 years, and then joined the Ajit Pawar's Nationalist Congress party. Mr. Siddiqui's son Zishan, he is a Congress MLA from Bandra East in Mumbai, and the firing, this particular firing, remember it has come just months after shots were fired outside the actor Salman Khan's house. The politician, remember, he is also known for his grand iftar parties, which is attended by top Bollywood stars as well. So Baba Siddiki, he is being shot at. Multiple rounds were fired at Baba Siddiki, and he is currently at Leelavati Hospital. His situation is said to be critical. Time to slip into a very short break. More news on the other side.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Sorrow, injuries, displacement, and this is all what we are witnessing here in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Civilians from the southern part of Lebanon who have been forced to leave their homes, not knowing what lies ahead for their future in Lebanon.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead